So we welcome you in here. South Dakota State playing their second game of the season, a home opener for the Jackrabbits here after dropping the season opener down in Stillwater to a very good Oklahoma State Cowboys team who, by the way, had a little bit of a scare today, taking on an SEC team in the Arkansas Razorbacks. We'll get to that a little bit later. We're about 18 minutes away from getting things underway here for the home opener at Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium, the pride of the Dakotas, currently entering onto the field for their pregame festivities as we march our way up to South Dakota State versus Incarnate Word. Here in Brookings, South Dakota, the back-to-back champions start their quest for a three-peat. So as you hear the pride of the Dakotas playing Ring the Bell, the school song, here the home opener, a crowd of over 19,000, a sold-out crowd. Will get the final numbers later on in the second half, but the student section's full, the stands are filling up, and it is once again fall because Jackrabbit football is in Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium. Now, South Dakota State, as I mentioned, playing last week in Stillwater against the Oklahoma State Cowboys, losing that one 44-20. Albeit doing a good job of holding a Heisman Trophy candidate in Ollie Gordon II to relatively short yards per carry. But the result is right there, 44-20, and the 29-game winning streak for the South Dakota State Jackrabbits snapped down there in Oklahoma. Incarnate Word coming into this one 1-0 on the year, a 28-7 win over a Big Sky opponent, the Northern Colorado Bears, going down to San Antonio playing in that first game. Again, a 28-7 win for Incarnate Word. So the 1-0 Cardinals coming into Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium now. A game that was announced in the offseason. This isn't part of some big deal that's been going on for years, just announced in the offseason. And we're in for a good one here as top-ranked South Dakota State takes on the 11th-ranked Incarnate Word Cardinals. We'll step aside for our first break here on the Collegiate Sports Network. When we come back, we'll dive deeper into what these two teams offer and what type of matchup we are looking towards today. We'll be back here in a couple of minutes. You're listening to Jackrabbit Football on the Collegiate Sports Network.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
A heads up before something bad happens.
You should not send that text.
Uh-oh. Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can reverse prediabetes and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Hey, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
They are our cuddlers and coworkers, purr machines and love bugs, and constant companions. They are our pets, our family, and they make life so much better. When we face unexpected challenges in life, so do our pets. That's why we're on a mission to support people who love their pets, and the pets who love their people, ensuring these families stay exactly where they belong, together. And you have something to offer. With an open heart and mind, there is nothing you can't do. There's no gesture too small or too big when it comes to helping. Whether donating a bag of kibble, sharing an Instagram post of a lost cat, or welcoming a foster pet into your home, every bit of kindness counts. You can help keep pets and people together. Visit petsandpeopletogether.org to learn how to be a helper in your community. This has been a public service announcement brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning, the cap is loose on that catch-up.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Welcome back to the Jackrabbit pregame show here on the Collegiate Sports Audio Network as we march our way up to kickoff of the home opener of the 2024 South Dakota State football season. They open up today with 11th ranked Incarnate Word. Incarnate Word standing at 1-0 after a win over Northern Colorado at home last week. South Dakota State 0-1 after dropping their season opener to a very good Oklahoma State Cowboys team. Time to take a look at the outlook of the game. Let's dive into these two teams. Last year, Incarnate Word 8-2 overall, but missed the FCS playoffs. We think that was because of a strength of schedule issue, but no way to really tell on that one. But we think it was a strength of schedule issue. The year before that, they lost in the FCS semifinals up in the Fargo Dome against the North Dakota State Bison. Last year, South Dakota State 15-0, running the table, extending their winning streak to 29 games before it was snapped last week, and winning their second straight national champion. On the video board here at Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium right now, Jack, the Jackrabbit, the mascot, holding both national championship trophies, one in each arm, as today we celebrate that national championship win, and in a larger scale, both of the national championship wins in the past 2 years. We also celebrate the Dairy Drive here as the first home football game of the year. So two big celebrations here, the Dairy Drive and the national championship celebration happening at Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium here on a college football Saturday evening. This is the first meeting between these two teams. SDSU, as I mentioned, ranked number 1 in the FCS, and UIW ranked 11 and 12, depending on which poll you look at, the media or the coaches' polls. Headman for UIW, Clint Kellogg, in his second year, 9-2 overall record for him at Incarnate Word. Jimmy Rogers, also in his second year, 15-1, suffering his first loss as a head coach just last week. Well, what do we know about the University of Incarnate Word? They've jumped up into national prominence in the FCS. They launched their program in 2009. They became a Division I program in 2013, and they've won 31 games since 2021, going 10-3, 12-2, and 8-2 over the last 3 years, just falling 3 points short of reaching the national championship game in 2022. This year's squad for the Cardinals is going to look a little bit different. They have 19 transfers coming in. Several key contributors from last year have moved on, and they looked relatively good in their season opener against the UNC Bears. Leading the way on offense, Zach Calzada is an all-conference player. Running backs Isaiah Robinson and DeKalen Taylor, they both ran for 79 yards last week. Jalen Wathall and Roy Alexander had are just 2 of the 6 new wide receivers this year. They combined for 11 catches for more than 160 yards against UNC. They also have a solid defensive line. They're strong in the secondary and in the linebacking core. All Southland linebacker Tylen Foster and Ronald Wilson and Mason Chambers back there in the safety position are anchoring that defense. Meanwhile, on the SDSU side, they're looking to bounce back from their first loss in 2 years. They didn't quite keep it as close as they wanted to against Oklahoma State last week, but a lot of good things happened in that game, and they're looking forward to taking that next step and bouncing back from a loss. Coming from left to right as we see it here at Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium, a new hype video as they rush onto the field from left to right, the northwest corner of the end zone, led out by the cheerleaders with the Jacks flags. They're wearing their white helmet with the Jackrabbit head logo, the blue jerseys with white numerals and white pants. Incarnate Word today going to be in their white jerseys, black pants, and black helmets with red numerals on them. We're about 5 minutes away here from kickoff. When we come back, we'll take a look at the temperature of the game, get you set for kickoff, and then I'll hand it over to our man, Ben Anderson, going to be taking the lead on this one. We'll be back here in a couple minutes. You're listening to Jackrabbit Football on the Collegian Sports Audio Network.
I'm just posting a story. I'm just changing the song.
No. When it comes to distracted driving, just don't. Sending a text takes your eyes off the road for just 5 seconds, but in that time, your car can travel the length of an entire football field. Any distracted driving just isn't worth it.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
If I could be you.
And you could be me? For just 1 hour.
If you could find a way.
To get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Welcome back here to Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium on the South Dakota State University campus. Jackrabbit football back on the air here on a beautiful Saturday evening to get things started. The home part of the schedule, the home opener for the back-to-back champions, South Dakota State. Looking at the conditions out there, it's about 72 degrees and fair. The high today was 73. The low is supposed to be at about 46. Tonight's low temperature about nearly the same as last night's. And nothing it's looking pretty much mostly clear. Not even a chance of precipitation till about 7 or 8 and beyond. That's only 1%. So a beautiful night here for football here. While we were at break, they had the coin toss down on the field. Incarnate Word won the toss. They deferred to the second half, so SDSU will receive the opening kickoff here. And as we march our way up to the kickoff, as the countdown happens on the video board, I will go ahead and send it over to our play-by-play man for the 2024 season, Ben Anderson. Take it away.
How's it going, Collegiate Sports Audio Network? I am Ben Anderson here with you in the studio. I have Braden Byers next to me. He's going to be helping me out through the rest of this game, where we're going to get to see on this home opener your South Dakota State University Jackrabbits take on Incarnate Word Cardinals. And the kickoff is set. Incarnate Word here to kick off. The Jackrabbits have Angel Johnson and Kirby Voorhees in the back to return. Kicking for Incarnate Word, it's Brack Peacock. The kick is away, end over end, towards the end zone, caught on the line there by Angel Johnson. Down about the 15, so a 15-yard return there, tackled by Jordan Norwood on special teams. So the Jackrabbits will start on the 15-yard line. Change that, about the 16-yard line. And we get to see Mark Gronowski take hold of this offense at home. Of course, last game taking a loss to Oklahoma State in Oklahoma State. So here we get to see veteran quarterback Mark Gronowski take leadership once again at Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium. Gronowski gets a snap. It's a lateral across the field and taken down after a 6 or 7 yard gain. That was Griffin Wilde on the catch, and Jalen Walthill taking him down for Incarnate Word.
Yep, they're just kind of starting it out easy here. Get a receiver out in the flat on the left side, get a couple of yards. Now that'll set up a second down and relatively short here for the Jackrabbits. Backed up in their own territory quite a decent ways.
Jackrabbits, 3 extra linemen down there with tight ends. They're going to run it with running back Amar Johnson, and he's going to pick up the first down. And the chains start to move for the Jackrabbits. The ball's going to be just before the 30-yard line to the 29, and the Jackrabbits' own end. Mark Gronowski has 2 running backs beside him now. 3 receivers, 2 on the near side, 1 on the far side. Steps back in play action, and that pass is right through the hands of Amar Johnson, who had beaten the cornerback. But that's going to fall incomplete. Mark Gronowski sent that one a little in front of Amar Johnson.
2nd and 10 for your Jackrabbits.
So it's going to be 2nd and 10 at the 29-yard line. Jackrabbits again have 2 tight ends on the field, 1 on each side. An additional wing comes onto the near side, and they center under that way. It's Angel Johnson who's taken down after a 1-yard loss. That's going to be Zach Calzada on the stop there. So Angel Johnson going to take a loss of 1. It's going to end up being 3rd and 11 for the Jackrabbits at the 28-yard line. 13:06 in the first. Jackrabbits set up with a 2-and-2 receiver split. Gronowski steps back, passes across the middle. That's going to be caught by Griffin Wilde. He's still up. A big pile up in the middle there. Griffin Wilde converts, and it's a first down. He's going to be at the 48-yard line on the Jackrabbit end.
Yeah, you know, Jalen Travis was the first one to engage there, but it took about 5 Cardinals there to eventually have the referees whistle him dead. He didn't even touch the ground on that play either.
Jackrabbits again have 2 extra tight ends on the field. Gronowski steps back to pass. Another catch by Griffin Wilde. Able to convert there, a nice 10-yard reception. And it's going to be first down once again, eventually brought down by Darius Sanders on Incarnate Word.
So far in this opening drive for the Jacks, they seem to be moving the ball pretty well. They started backed up pretty well inside their own territory. Now they're past midfield inside Cardinals territory, and they're taking a little bit of time off the clock as well.
Gronowski's going to keep it. That's not Gronowski. That's Chase Mason. Chase Mason, the backup quarterback, keeps and also converts on that rushing attempt. Another first down for the Jackrabbits. They're going to be just before the red zone on the 26-yard line in Cardinals territory.
Yeah, you know, Chase Mason is what I like to call a freak athlete. Started his career playing baseball for the Nebraska Cornhuskers, and after an injury transferred here, got injured again, and now he's bounced back, and I can sense the Jackrabbits using him a lot more this season.
Gronowski gets the snap, play action, stays in the pocket, passes across the middle, hits the hands of receiver number 12, Graham Goring. And that ball drops to the turf, incomplete. 2nd and 10 at the 26-yard line.
Darius Carmouche in there on defense, and it looked like he had a pretty straight line of sight to it. Not really sure what happened there, but the incompletion going to force a second down here. Not dire for the Jackrabbits by any means, but I'm sure they would have liked to have that play.
Jackrabbits send one in motion. It's going to be a running play. The give to Amar Johnson. A nice little pickup there for the Jackrabbits. Brings up 3rd down and about 5. Jackrabbits now sitting on the 20-yard line.
I'd like to tell you who got the tackle on that one, but it honestly looked like one of the offensive linemen ended up on Johnson, so can't really help you there.
Jackrabbits set up now. Gronowski has Amar Johnson by his side. Gronowski passes across the middle, another incomplete pass intended for Graham Goring.
And it seems like some of the Jackrabbit fans would have wanted a DPI call on there. It did look like there was a little bit of contact coming from Ronald Wilson, that safety that was riding on Goring's back. It looked like it might have touched him on the back there, but the referees keep the flag in the pocket, and we'll have to settle for a field goal here in the opening drive.
Yep, and the Jackrabbits are down there right now. We've got returner, kicker, and punter Hunter Dussman down there for the Jackrabbits. The snap, the hold, and the kick is no good.
Hit off the right upright. And that's something you don't see happen to Hunter Dustman very often. Not sure what happened there. It looked like the snap and the hold were pretty good. It might have just not have been accurate enough.
Yeah, Hunter Dustman, one of those veteran kickers, one of the 18 returners that are coming back for the Jackrabbits on the starting offense, defense, and special teams core, but not able to get that one there. So our score stays 0-0 with 10:01 in the first. So we can take a break, and we'll be right back after this.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Welcome back on the Collegian Sports Network. This is Jackrabbit football. Incarnate Word has the ball, and they're going to complete a pass midfield just across the Jackrabbit logo. And that is going to be number 10, Zach Calzada, giving that pass to his receiver on the outside for Incarnate Word.
And here we're seeing a little bit of the hurry-up offense coming from Incarnate Word here, getting right back up to the line.
Zach Calzada completes another pass in the screen outside to Declan Taylor, his running back. Jackrabbits take him down, but not before another first down. So it's going to be Cardinals first down, heading into Jackrabbit territory. They're on the 42-yard line. Pass sent out of bounds by quarterback Zach Calzada.
And a flag on the near side of the field. It actually hit the cornerback Colby Humphrey, a transfer coming in, a senior transfer. It hit him right in the leg here on the near sideline, but we're kind of seeing some of that tempo coming from Incarnate Word so far in this one. Something that we saw last week with Oklahoma State, too.
So it's going to be a penalty on the Jackrabbits. That's cornerback Colby Humphrey. That's going to be flagged. It's going to be a 10-yard penalty and an automatic first down for Incarnate Word. They're on the 32-yard line now in Jackrabbit territory, eyeing the end zone very quickly. They've only spent a minute on offense. Quarterback Calzada hands off to his running back, Declan Taylor, instantly brought down by the Jackrabbit defense. That's veteran linebacker Adam Bach. Incarnate Word lining up with two wide receivers way wide on the far side. And it's another handoff that's sent back to Declan Taylor. He has a lot of room to run, but he gets tripped up past the 20-yard line.
And, man, he could have gotten a little bit more had he not just kind of tripped on air right there. turf monster got him a little bit and not able to get what he wanted out of it.
The Cardinals playing very fast. Another handoff for Taylor, and he's brought down behind the line of scrimmage. So the Cardinals are going to lose yards on the play. It's going to be 2nd and 14 for the Cardinals. They sit at the 22-yard line.
And very, very quickly, they're into Jackrabbit territory, and they're knocking on the edge of the red zone here. In fact, they were in the red zone. That last loss by Taylor got them knocked out of the 20-yard line.
Cardinals in a very tight formation. Tight end in motion. Calzada steps back. Inside the pocket, a quick pass to his receiver with a small gain of 1. That was Anthony Stell, the wide receiver for Incarnate Word. It's 3rd down and 13. Cardinals on the 21-yard line. The Jackrabbit defense starting to fire up.
The crowd starting to fire up as well, too. It's the crowd north of 19,000, and I'm confident in saying that. It is packed in here at Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium for the first home game of the year.
Calzada steps back, finds his receiver, but immediately ate up by the Jackrabbit defense. That was Roy Alexander with the reception. Matthew Durrance, the strong safety, immediately tackling him. So a very small gain. That still makes it 4th and long for the Cardinals. It's 4th and 11, and the Cardinals bring out the special teams unit. It's kicker Brack Peacock for the Cardinals. Snap, hold, and the kick is good. So the Cardinals take an early lead against the Jackrabbits at home. It's 3-0, 6:06 in the first. You're listening to the Collegian Sports Media Network, and we're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
A heads up before something bad happens.
You should not send that text.
Uh-oh. Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can reverse prediabetes and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
They are our cuddlers and coworkers, purr machines and love bugs, and constant companions. They are our pets, our family, and they make life so much better. When we face unexpected challenges in life, so do our pets. That's why we're on a mission to support people who love their pets and the pets who love their people, ensuring these families stay exactly where they belong, together. And you have something to offer. With an open heart and mind, there is nothing you can't do. There's no gesture too small or too big when it comes to helping. Whether donating a bag of kibble, sharing an Instagram post of a lost cat, or welcoming a foster pet into your home, every bit of kindness counts. You can help keep pets and people together. Visit petsandpeopletogether.org to learn how to be a helper in your community. This has been a public service announcement brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Collegian Sports Media Network. I'm Ben Anderson. Braden Byers next to me. Incarnate Word scores first in Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium. Puts 3 up on the board after an insanely quick drive down the field. 6:06 left in the first quarter. And it's going to be our kicker from Incarnate Word, Brack Peacock, who just scored those 3 points. Set up to kick off to the Jackrabbits. Ball flies end over end from right to left. Reception by Angel Johnson, breaking away in front of all the Cardinals. Only some behind. He closes the 10, and it's a touchdown on kick return by Angel Johnson. But we have multiple flags on the field around the 30-yard line, and the umpires get together. This umpire corps led today by referee Jason Perkins.
And what a fantastic return from Angel right there. But, of course, 3 separate flags on a play around the same area. You think you know what's happening here.
There's going to be holding called on the Jackrabbits. It's going to be a 10-yard penalty at the spot of the foul. And Cullen McShane, linebacker, is going to be called there on special teams. So it's going to end up being the Jackrabbits in their own end around the 20-yard line. What could have been a touchdown for Angel Johnson is called back on a holding penalty.
But you have to be excited about what could potentially happen if you negate those penalties there.
Quarterback Mark Gronowski is going to hand off to Amar Johnson, who has a nice run. And he's going to come up with a first down. Amar Johnson swung around the outside to the far side of the field and was able to pick up a first down. So it's going to end up being 1st and 10 for the Jackrabbits. They're going to be in their own end at the 33-yard line. Jackrabbits with 2 extra tight ends on the far side, 2 receivers on the near side. Gronowski takes the snap, steps back in play action, falling out, scrambling outside, and gets taken down after a nice gain of around 6 yards.
Mark Gronowski on the run with a gain of 5.
Gronowski got taken down by Declan Williams.
2nd and 5 for your Jackrabbits.
So 2nd and 5 for South Dakota State in their own end around the 38-yard line. 5:09 left to go in the first quarter. 3-0, Jackrabbits down. Gronowski, 2 running backs beside him. Spread formation. The handoff to Angel Johnson. Gets a nice gain. It's going to be around where the sticks are. Not going to be a first down, going to be short by 1. So it's 3rd and 1. Jackrabbits in their own end at the 42.
Yeah, and that one kind of looked like a little bit of a read option play there, and he went ahead and handed it off to the running back. But I kind of wonder what would have happened if Mark would have kept it there. It looked like he had a little bit of space to work with. Maybe you've gotten that first down on that play, but only less than a yard short. No big deal here for the Jackrabbits, probably.
Gronowski going to hand it off once again to Amar Johnson, who's going to pick up the first down. And this chains move. Jackrabbits are going to be at the 45 in their own end. And it's 1st and 10 with 3:57 left in the first.
1st and 10 Jacks from the 45.
Gronowski comes out. 3 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side. Griffin Wilde in motion. Wilde gets it on a screen. Gets picked up on the tackle and dropped around the 52. It's going to be Dune Smith on the tackle for the Cardinals.
Yeah, and you're right. He just kind of picked him up and threw him down there. Also kind of hovered over him for a little bit there, got up and looked down at him.
Definitely some confidence showing, being able to put points up on the board first.
Yeah. Hey, no harm, no foul. Just the competitive nature.
2nd and 2 for the Jackrabbits. Gronowski steps back, leaving the pocket, scrambling backwards, and the pass flies out of bounds, intended for Angel Johnson. Gronowski was in trouble there. A lot of defensive linemen breaking through the pocket.
Intended for number 21, Angel Johnson. The pass breakup by Jim Smith to the Cardinals. It is 3rd and 2.
Chase Mason comes into the huddle now. Gornowski in as well.
Ears up, Jacks fans.
A lot of substitutions. Gornowski is going to be in front. Now Chase Mason gets behind the center. Mason takes the snap. It's a quarterback keeper in, and he will get the first down. Chase Mason again with a quarterback keeper that moves the sticks. It's going to be a first down, and the Jackrabbits slowly making ground into the Cardinals' territory. The Jackrabbits will be at the 40-yard line, eyeing up the end zone. Grayton Gannon, the tight end, in motion to the near side. Gornowski takes the snap. It's a handoff to Amar Johnson, who rushes and cuts into center and is able to pick up 5 yards. So 2nd and 5, Jackrabbits at the 35. 1:51 left in the first quarter. Time is running. Cardinals 3, Jackrabbits 0. Jackrabbits will have 3 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side. Gornowski takes a snap, steps back inside the pocket. The pocket collapses. Gornowski on the move, slides in a late hit by the Cardinals, and flags fly. There were 2 flags on the field before the play.
And yeah, that one's going to be a no-doubter. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 flags flying in, and they were flying in for like a couple of seconds after the hit as well. But there's one hanging out around the 38, 39-yard line between the hash marks, and the rest are around the 28, 29-yard line around the numbers on the near side. So definitely 2 distinct penalties, and yeah, it looked like he kind of lowered his helmet there and made contact with Gornowski's head. Mark looks to be all right, no problem there, but obviously if it goes the way that it's looking on the replay screen, I mean, it seems like a pretty dangerous play and could have resulted in much worse than obviously what happened.
Yeah, that was Darius Carmouche, the cornerback for the Cardinals, on that late hit. We'll see what the penalties are here.
And another replay being shown on the board here in super slow motion. He started his slide. Yep, and really no surprise that that's what's getting called on the field there, because looking at that replay, Mark, at least in my eyes, very clearly started his slide well before the defender launched from his position in a crouched position. So the foul on the field is targeting. There were 2 offsetting holding penalties from each side of the ball previous to that, so those are a non-factor right now. The targeting is the play, and they're currently looking at it, are the refereeing crew.
That's correct, Braden. So it's going to be our head referee, Jason Perkins, down reviewing, and he will make the call. It's going to be 1:24 left in the first quarter.
And again, of course, with this targeting foul, if it gets upheld or stands, that player will obviously be disqualified from this game. If it would happen in the second half, he would be barred from playing in the first half of the next one, but since it's still in the first quarter here, I think it's only going to be disqualified for this next game. I believe is what the rule is, and it looks like they've come to a decision. Still a little bit of deliberation. He took the headset off. That's why I said deliberation. And it looks like they're in a TV timeout right now, actually. So they must be waiting a little bit. The officials getting a water break. So we can go to a quick break if you want to. It's up to you. But
we can sit here and continue going. Head referee, of course, Jason Perkins leading. Our umpire, Adam McClurg. Headline judge, Adam Parsons. The line judge, Sawyer Jackson. Field judge, Amanda Bender. Side judge, Demandy Williams. Back judge, Jamar Simpson. Center judge, J.P. Williams. And, of course, our wonderful replay officials, Gary Delaney and John Bullock. And our game evaluator, James Krogstad. So, as we wait for our TV timeout to conclude, we can review a little bit of what's going on. Actually, it looks like we're coming back right now, and referee Jason Perkins is preparing to give the announcement here. And there was some PA announcing going on, so I was not able to hear what Jason Perkins was saying. But I believe that will be a targeting penalty. So, Darius Carmouche will be removed from the game. So Jackrabbits on offense. They sit at the 20-yard line, just entering the red zone. It's Gronowski, sends Wilde in motion, and Wilde gets it on a jet sweep. Brought down after a short gain. He's going to get 7 on that one. It brings up 2nd and 3rd. The Jackrabbits sit at the 13, eyeing the end zone. 45 seconds left in the first quarter. Mark Gronowski. Shotgun formation. Bootleg out to the far side. Pass sent out of bounds towards the cheerleader. Fortunately, she's able to dodge that.
Yeah, thank goodness she can get out of the way of that one.
Because
not only did she have the ball hurtling toward her, she also had one Amar Johnson also running basically full speed and hurtling over the advertisements on the sidelines. So
that brings up 3rd down for the Jackrabbits and 3. Gronowski again in shotgun formation, double tight ends on each side. And the refs are going to wave in a timeout called by the Cardinals. So we'll take a timeout as well. It's going to be a 30-second timeout, so we'll be right back after this.
I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Collegiate Sports Network. I'm Ben Anderson. Braden Byers next to me. Jackrabbits 0, Cardinals 3. That's the score. The Jackrabbits eyeing the end zone. They have 3 yards to go till they get a first down. 13 until the end zone. Gronowski, shotgun formation, takes the snap. It's a handoff to Amar Johnson through the center. Brought down quickly. It's going to be called no gain. It's going to be 4th down. So, kicker Hunter Dustman comes out once again. And that is the end of the first quarter. So we will switch sides of the field, and Hunter Dustman will get to attempt his field goal. They put 15 minutes back up on the board. The score, Jackrabbits 0, Cardinals 3. It's 4th down. So we'll be right back as soon as the second quarter begins on the Collegiate Sports Network.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
If I could be you,
And you could be me for just 1 hour.
if you could find a way,
To get inside each other's mind.
walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning. The cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Welcome back to Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium and the Collegiate Sports Network. This is Jackrabbit football, and we have Hunter Dustman out at the 15-yard line, ready to attempt a field goal. The hold and the kick is away. Lands on the roof of the Stiglmeyer Family Student Athlete Center, and the field goal is good.
I honestly think that might be one of the biggest traditions I'm going to remember from this place once I graduate. The football always going on top of that building over there on the north end. It's so comical.
There is at least 3 footballs up there right now from what I can see from my vantage. So
I think that's about right.
Hunter Dustman kick is good, ties up the game 3-3 at the beginning of the second quarter. So they took a timeout. We're going to take another timeout. We'll be right back after this.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
And we are back. Jackrabbit football. Hunter Dustman prepares to kick off to the Cardinals. He just made a 30-yard field goal that tied up the game 3-3, and it's the beginning of the second quarter, 14:57 on the clock to be exact. Dustman prepares the kick. The kick is away, and it's going to be caught by returner Mason Pierce for the Cardinals, brought down after a very short game. So the Cardinals are going to start their drive at the 11-yard line. Hunter Dustman's kick, very far, near the goal line. Special teams able to come up with a big stop. And the Cardinals start at the 14 in their own end. So, Zach Calzada takes the snap, steps back inside the pocket. No pressure from the Jackrabbit D-line, and a pass across the middle is going to be caught by his receiver, Roy Alexander.
Yeah, and Graham Spalding was right there for the Jackrabbits saying, no, it hit the ground. Adam Bach just kind of walked away, but I think Spalding was kind of hoping maybe the officials would listen, but it doesn't look like they did. So, oh, no, wait. Was that incomplete? Yeah, it was incomplete. So, Graham Spalding knew it right away. I don't know much of anything.
You know, I didn't know it either. It was a tough one.
I honestly didn't see an official signal, and I figured it might be incomplete, but I didn't see the official.
Roy Alexander caught that one near the ground. Well, I guess he didn't catch it, but it was near the ground, and he rolled.
And now the play's going to get stopped. And is that a timeout from Incarnate Word? So it sounds like Incarnate Word might be challenging the ruling on the field that was an incomplete pass.
And the review equipment does come out once again for referee Jason Perkins to look at.
So maybe I knew something after all. I was a little bit confused. They were a little bit confused.
It looked like
and it took till the very last moment because Incarnate Word was getting ready to snap that football. And I think head coach for the Cardinals was right there by the official over there on the far sideline and was like, hey, wait. And they were in motion, as we see a replay on the video board. It's kind of hard to see from that angle. It looks like that camera's a little bit fuzzy. I'll put it nicely.
With all this high-quality equipment, Gotta find the focus. So,
They're still looking.
Still under review. Yeah, it was extremely
Now, if
close.
that's the only view that they have, the officials have, now see where we're seeing another one from behind it. Not sure if we're going to see conclusive evidence because the body's blocking it. Yep, so they're going to rule it incomplete. Incarnate Word charged a timeout for that challenge. So they'll have 2 remaining. And we'll be right back where we were.
Yes, and I think that was where they couldn't find enough evidence there in those camera angles to overturn that.
I would say so.
So it's going to be Zach Calzada, no running backs, 5 receivers available, and a catch caught. 2 linemen come out to screen. It's wide receiver Jalen Withrall with an amazing run. Had blockers in front of him, able to break away. And he gets a near 50-yard reception there.
Yeah, Matthew Durant chases him down there. The blockers did their job on that play. Not sure if the blocking was designed into that play, but they helped make that play go further.
Hurry up once again from Zach Calzada. It's a run play, spinning Isaiah Robinson, not going down, and picks up a first down for the Cardinals. Hurry up offense.
And just like that, they're back in Jackrabbit territory. The ball's set at the 31-yard line of SDSU. And they're moving it very quickly down the field.
Cardinals, no tight ends, 4 receivers spread, 1 running back. Calzada steps back in the pocket, passes across the center, and it's a hospital pass for Jalen Withrall. Taken down immediately, drops the ball. No good.
And Matthew Durant was right in that area once again. He's the one that stopped that big, long run they had just a few plays ago, and right there he's in the middle of the play again, knocking the ball, making sure that if it was caught, the receiver wasn't getting anywhere past that.
Tucker Large had an arm up, trying to get a play on the ball there, but he was not tall enough. Their pass there, Calzada finds Josh Lorick.
I'm going to regret this, but would you say that Tucker was not large enough?
He might not have been large enough.
I do indeed regret that one.
I shouldn't say that. He could beat me up. So it's 3rd and 5 after the nice reception there by Josh Lorick.
And the crowd gets loud here.
The Cardinals sitting at the 28. Calzada looking towards his sideline.
Looks like they're having trouble communicating there. He's like practically yelling in the center's ear.
Cardinals have trips.
The play clock's 0.
And it's going to be a timeout for Incarnate Word. They got it off in time.
And that's what you call home field advantage right there. That's 19,000 plus strong of Jackrabbit Nation in full throat, screaming whatever they can in order to help their team out on the field.
Yeah, you could see Zach Calzada having trouble listening, hearing what was going on. The sideline was disoriented. The receivers didn't know what was going on. The center also had trouble hearing the snap count. So that's huge for Jackrabbit Nation. Cardinals take a timeout. We'll take a timeout. A short one. We'll be right back after this.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, You can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Welcome back to Jackrabbit football on the Collegiate Student Media. Cardinals in Jackrabbit territory. It's Zach Calzada under center. Inside the pocket, pass broken up by Tucker Large.
If Large could have turned around just a little bit sooner, it was in prime position for him to just pick that off about waist high. He was a little bit off the ground. Had he turned around a little bit sooner, he could have gotten that interception. But I'm sure he'll take a 4th down and 5, especially with this crowd behind him.
Yeah, Large with lockdown coverage there. There was no way the receiver, Roy Alexander, was going to be able to get a play on that ball. And Tucker Large was able to get it on the inside of that play. So it gets loud once again. No tight ends for the Cardinals. 1 receiver near, 3 receivers far. And the pass goes into the turf on 4th down.
And man, the Jackrabbits were in the backfield, and it looks like one of the offensive linemen for Incarnate Word going to look up his name. And some flags fly. Ben, you saw what happened. Go ahead and describe.
So an Incarnate Word player, I don't know if he didn't know where he was going or didn't look, but he ran over Tucker Large, and Tucker Large may have had a little bit of a flop there. So there's multiple flags on the field.
We'll see if that will indeed be anything. Here's the referee. Not yet. Couple more words from his cohorts. But number 72, Nolan Hay, one of the offensive linemen, got sandwiched in the backfield there, and it looked like he was... So Travion Newsom getting called for unsportsmanlike conduct there. And yeah, a wild couple of events there. Get the turnover on downs. You have the offensive lineman get sandwiched and an unsportsmanlike conduct called all within like 5 seconds of each other.
So that's going to put the Jackrabbits and Mark Gronowski in excellent field position after the turnover on downs. It's going to be 1st and 10, and the Jackrabbits are going to be in their own territory at the 44-yard line. Graham Goring in motion. Gronowski in the pocket, passes to Griffin Wilde, and he's going to be brought down after a short gain. So it's going to be 2nd and about 8 for the Jackrabbits, and the ball is going to be placed at the 45-yard line. 12:36 left in the half. Tied up at 3-3. Gronowski has no tight ends on the inside formation. He gets one now in motion. Gronowski steps back to pass, and the pass comes out a little wonky and drops in front of Kentrell Pregame, the receiver. So it's going to bring up 3rd down and 8 after the turnover on downs and the unsportsmanlike conduct by the Cardinals.
And just an observation here, I'm not sure if there's like actual proof to back this up, but it seemed like the first quarter went by a little bit quick. There's still 12 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the second quarter here. It seems like this one's going a little bit slower.
So Gronowski in the pocket gets grabbed by one of the defensive linemen.
Wow, there are a lot of penalties in this game.
A lot of flags fly on the field. The pass goes incomplete. Gronowski got into a little bit of trouble there.
And it was... So defensive holding going to be called.
That's one that you don't see very often.
Darius Sanders, the linebacker for the Cardinals. And I was just about to say before the official came on the mic, I was like, both of the flags that flew were in the general direction of where the linebackers were set up during that play. So that matches up perfectly right there.
So Gronowski has one tight end on the near side and a wing. He steps back inside the pocket. The pass batted out of the air by the defense. They think it's a fumble, but it's an incomplete pass. Gronowski tried to get that one over the defensive line there, but batted out of the air.
Yeah, it just came right back at him, too, and it looked like he didn't even have time to react. That's probably why they thought it was a fumble, because he was looking around so frantically. The ball was just there.
So it's second down now and 10.
In fact, I think it hit off the face mask of one of the defensive linemen. I'm not sure if it was batted. I think it might have hit off the helmet, looking at the replay, but...
So Gronowski quickly handing off there to Angel Johnson, who's going to get a small gain. So he's going to pick up 4, and it's going to bring up 3rd and 6. The Jackrabbits sit at the 41-yard line in the Cardinals' end. The Jackrabbits definitely playing a slower game on offense than the Cardinals. Gronowski sends Griffin Wilde in motion to the near side. Steps back inside the pocket. The pocket collapses. Gronowski on the run, passes on the far side, and that is caught by Grayton Gannon, the tight end, for a touchdown. Gronowski looked like he was in trouble there. Passing on the far side, and an excellent catch made by Grayton Gannon.
Yeah, Gannon just got past the defensive back Mason Chambers of Incarnate Word, and Gronowski put it right on the money there on the far sideline, and he just tiptoed his way into the end zone for the first touchdown of the game.
Hunter Dustman with our PAT. The hold looked good, and the kick is through the uprights.
And it looks like the ghost of Hunter Dustman in the first quarter seemed to be, at least for now, forgotten.
So, at 11-11, make a wish. The Jackrabbits have 10 points. The Cardinals have 3. The Jackrabbits take a lead of 7 before the half. And we will take a break, and we will be right back for Hunter Dustman's kick to the Cardinals.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Just texting him back. I'm just posting a story. I'm just changing the song.
No. When it comes to distracted driving, just don't. Sending a text takes your eyes off the road for just 5 seconds, but in that time, your car can travel the length of an entire football field. Any distracted driving just isn't worth it.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium. I'm Ben Anderson. Braden Byers next to me. The Jackrabbits just scored a touchdown. It was our tight end, Grayton Gannon, the sophomore out of Eagle, Wisconsin. So, Hunter Dustman will set up the kick. And the kick is away, end over end. Heading from right to left, it's going to land in the end zone. Touchback.
So, yeah, that's probably got to feel good for South Dakota State to finally kind of break that mold. You know, we were tied at 3 before, only field goals, and South Dakota State actually missed a field goal in the first quarter. Finally break out and put a touchdown on the board to kind of break it open here in this game. They probably feel pretty good. Now they have to put that together with a defensive stop, because that's something that Coach Rogers said they were lacking in their game against Oklahoma State, putting it all together at the same time.
Yeah, that was a nice 41-yard touchdown reception for Grayton Gannon. So, Cardinals off an offense. It's a handoff to Declan Taylor, brought down behind the line of scrimmage by the Jackrabbit defense. It's going to be number 32, Adam Bach, with a stop, the senior out of Salone, Iowa.
And how about Adam finally maybe getting to play a full season here in Jackrabbit colors?
So the Cardinals, again, attempt a run. Stopped quickly by a group of Jackrabbits, but a potential late hit comes in. There's a flag after the play. The Cardinals are pointing.
At least
forward.
One of them is.
Well, that's true.
Still really no tell.
I believe that's number 75, Rashid Jackson, the left tackle. That's
face mask.
So, yes, a face mask. It's going to move the chains. It's going to be a substantial penalty against the Jackrabbits. So it's going to be 1st and 10 for the Cardinals at the 39-yard line in their own end. The clock starts to tick at 10:35. So Zach Calzada in shotgun. Trips receivers on the far side. Coming in motion is Anthony Stell. Pass ate up quickly by the Jackrabbit defense. An attempted screen pass there. Caught by Jalen Walthall. No gain on the play. 2nd down, and there's a flag near the chains.
And good on Caleb Francel to shed that block and get that stop there. But as you mentioned, there is laundry on the field. It's going to be illegal formation on UIW.
So, Cardinals are going to back up again. You know, Rashid Jackson, the left tackle for the Cardinals, must just be a positive guy. He's clapping down there.
He might have declined it, actually.
And, yeah, now it's 2nd and 10. The Jackrabbits must have declined that one. So, Zach Calzada trips on the near side of the field. Calzada rolling out to the far side. Quarterback keeper. A nice gain. Zach Calzada, not a tiny guy, 6'4", 200 pounds. So it's third down in Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium, and the fans are on their feet. The Cardinals at the 46-yard line. They have 4 yards to go.
What a sight that is, a sea of blue standing up on the far stands.
Calzada steps back inside the pocket, intending to pass, sends a pass over the middle, caught by number 13, Jaron Mitchell. And the Cardinals are going to convert.
A massive hit on that one. Not sure if it was Durant's or the new grad transfer, Humphrey.
On first down, Calzada hands off to running back Declan Taylor. And they're going to pick up 5 yards on that one. So 2nd and 5. Calzada steps back inside the pocket, passing across the middle. It's a deep pass. Somehow caught by Roy Alexander. Roy Alexander got flipped in air by strong safety Matthew Durrance.
That was...
And Durrance is down on the field. It's going to be an injury timeout. Replay as we're seeing it. An insane catch by Roy Alexander.
And obviously concerned for the injured Jackrabbit down on the field.
Yeah, that's Matthew Durrance, the junior for the Jackrabbits. Had that crazy hit on Roy Alexander. Was making his way off the field, but then went down. But now he's walking off the field under his own power. So 8:29 left to go in the half. Jackrabbits 10, Cardinals 3. Cardinals just entering the red zone. They're going to be at the 20-yard line. After that catch, it's going to be first down. And let's see if the Cardinals now can answer.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, you blink and here they are at the Jackrabbit 21-yard line.
So, Calzada with a running back, Declan Taylor next to him. He's going to hand it to Taylor. He's going to get stopped pretty quickly by the Jackrabbits. He's going to end up with a 3-yard gain on that play. Going to bring up 2nd and 7. And the Cardinals are going to be at the 17-yard line. Running a play quickly again. Passing into the end zone. Intended for tight end Logan Compton. That pass is going to be incomplete, but Laundry on the field.
It's kind of on the near sideline around the 6-yard line.
Yeah, Calzada was looking to score there. Sent one towards the center end zone for Logan Compton. I don't believe this is going to be pass interference. I didn't see a lot of blue next to Logan. But anything could happen. Could be on another area of the field.
Yeah, and I think what they're seeing there is the defender possibly made contact with the receiver and didn't turn to face the ball. That might be part of it. That's the only thing I could see. I mean, there wasn't anything that was really stood out on the replay. But here they are at the 9-yard line.
Yeah, the Cardinals 9. 1st and goal. Calzada's going to keep it, and he's going to end up at the 5-yard line after a 9-yard gain. It's going to be 2nd and 5 until the Cardinals put 6 on the board. 7:30 left in the half. Jackrabbit fans on their feet. Calzada talking with his linemen. The Cardinals have some extra beef on the line. Tight end to the far side, wing to
Play
the near
clock
side.
running down. 3, 2, and they get it off.
Calzada passing to the corner. And receiver Jalen Walthall had one hand on it, but just out of reach. Wasn't able to get there. And it was Miles Taylor on the coverage. Taylor didn't let the receiver, Jalen Walthall, get his other hand free. So limited to one hand to attempt that catch and not able to bring it in.
And here's those bells. It's 3rd down.
It's 3rd down. Make some noise on the board. 5 yards to go for the Cardinals. Walthall in motion. Walthall's going to get it. It's a screen play heading towards the corner and lit up by Tucker Large as he entered the end zone. And a flag flies.
And there, Miles Taylor making the play on the other one. It looked like he kind of slipped. He might have had an angle on it, but honestly, I'm not quite sure if he could have caught him. Possibly, but regardless, he slipped, and that's how it is, and now we worry about the penalty. So they're going to say no foul, and it's a touchdown.
Yeah, touchdown there for Jalen Walthall on the reception. It was a screen play. So it took about 10 plays and 4 minutes and 20 seconds
They
for the
went
Cardinals.
75 yards and finally get a touchdown on the board.
So the PAT by Cardinals kicker Brack Peacock goes through the uprights, and it's going to be a tie game. 10-10, 6:51 left in the half. So we'll take a break. We'll be right back on the Collegian Sports Network.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
A heads up before something bad happens.
You should not send that text.
Uh-oh. Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can reverse prediabetes and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
They are our cuddlers and coworkers, purr machines and love bugs, and constant companions. They are our pets, our family, and they make life so much better. When we face unexpected challenges in life, so do our pets. That's why we're on a mission to support people who love their pets and the pets who love their people, ensuring these families stay exactly where they belong, together. And you have something to offer. With an open heart and mind, there is nothing you can't do. There's no gesture too small or too big when it comes to helping. Whether donating a bag of kibble, sharing an Instagram post of a lost cat, or welcoming a foster pet into your home, every bit of kindness counts. You can help keep pets and people together. Visit petsandpeopletogether.org to learn how to be a helper in your community. This has been a public service announcement brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium. I'm Ben Anderson. Braden Byers next to me. You're listening to the Collegian Sports Network. Jackrabbit football. It's 10-10, all tied up. 6:51 until the half. The Cardinals just scored. It was Jalen Walthall receiving a pass from Zach Calzada to tie up the game. So, our kicker, Brack Peacock, for the Cardinals, prepares to kick off to your South Dakota State University Jackrabbits. In the back for the Jackrabbits, it's going to be Angel Johnson and Kirby Voorhees on the return. So Peacock kicks it end over end, left to right, bounces around the 22-yard line. Diving for the reception is going to be Kirby Voorhees, the redshirt freshman for the Jackrabbits. Declan Williams on the stop for the Cardinals. So it's going to be 1st and 10, Jackrabbits ball at the 24-yard line. Gronowski out once again to lead his team. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Griffin Wilde in motion. Gronowski passes quickly to receiver number 12, Graham Goring. Goring gets out of bounds just before the first down marker, so it's going to be 2nd and 2 for the Jackrabbits. Jacks are going to be at the 31-yard line. Jackrabbits have double tight, 2 tight ends on each side. Goring in motion. And the give to Angel Johnson. Angel Johnson cutting on the outside, stays just in bounds, eventually pushed out by the Cardinals. It was Mason Chambers, the down safety. So an excellent gain there by Angel Johnson. Converts to first down. The Jackrabbits are going to be at the 44-yard line, trying to break into Cardinals territory. Gronowski gets a snap, hand off to Angel Johnson. Johnson with a small pickup, but not a bad one. Gain of 4 on the play. 2nd and 6 at the 48-yard line. Just before Cardinals territory. 5:23 left in the half. Gronowski has trips on the near side, 1 receiver on the far side. Gronowski steps back inside the pocket collapses. Gronowski hit on the throw. Goring bobbles the pass and drops it.
And I will say, incredible coverage coming from Chris Pierce for UIW, but that was right. Perfectly placed. No notes on Gronowski's part.
Gronowski got hit there by 2 defensive linemen who broke through, able to get the pass right into Goring's area. He had a nice opportunity to catch that, but excellent coverage there.
Yep, Chris Pierce definitely broke it up.
Gronowski gets it out to Amar Johnson. He has blockers in front of him. It was a screen play designed. And it's going to be a first down for the Jackrabbits when they desperately needed it on that 3rd down. The Jackrabbits are going to be set up now in Cardinal territory at the 41-yard line. 1st and 10. No tight ends for Gronowski. Amar Johnson and Angel Johnson by his side. Fake handoff. Gronowski keeps it, moves to the far side and runs out of bounds, but not after a nice 4-yard gain. But a flag flies.
Another flag. I honestly am not sure if the live stats are keeping track of these. It seems like there's been so much more right now it says UIW has had 3 and SDSU's had 4. The yardage makes sense, but I don't know. To me, it just seems like it should be more, but maybe it's not. But still, 7 combined penalties, and we're not even at halftime yet, is still quite a lot.
So 4:16 on the clock before the half. Like you said, yeah, there's still 4 minutes left of the game. 7 penalties already. Not a small amount.
So that's going to be unsportsmanlike conduct. That'll help out the Jackrabbits immensely.
Yeah, big penalty there. That's going to move the Jackrabbits to the 23-yard line just before the red zone. And now Gronowski can draw up some plays so that the Jackrabbits can score. Hopefully, offensive coordinator Ryan Olson can get something cooked up here. It's Chase Mason once again with a quarterback keeper.
Yeah. And they tried. Olson tried. They've seen Mason in there for the 3rd time today. And I believe Gronowski was in there too. He might have lined up in a wide receiver position and now got a Cardinal down on the field. And, boy, he looks like he's in some pain.
Yeah, the Jackrabbits love to throw Gronowski and Mason out there at the same time. But we'll see. It's going to be an injury timeout. Hopefully the player down is all right. It's writhing on the field around the 15-yard line.
He's down at right about the 16-yard line as 2 trainers are around him and his head coach comes to check on him. Couldn't quite see a number yet. So it looked like number 11. And on defense, that would be Tylen Foster, the 5'11 senior linebacker from Houston.
Didn't look like a huge contact play, but again, this is football, very violent sport.
He's laid out on his back, now gets help to his feet, and it looks like he's going to be helped off the field. And he's holding up his left leg. Trying to put weight on it, but it's not working out well. I can say that much. I've been in that situation. You're trying to put the weight on it, but it doesn't feel good.
You're not hopping, though. Not hopping.
Nope. So he'll walk to the sideline and we'll get play back underway here. What a beautiful night this has turned into, by the way. The sun is now behind the big grandstand here. Nobody's got the sun in their face. Perfect temperature.
Stands are still full.
Absolutely. Close game, too.
Gronowski's going to pass to Graham Goring in the end zone. Touchdown, Jackrabbits.
And Chris Pierce on the defense there. He tried to stop him, but Goring went up and he got that ball, falling backwards into the checkerboards. And, yeah, another touchdown for the Jackrabbits, 22-yard touchdown pass from Gronowski to Goring.
Gronowski had plenty of time in the pocket. There was no pressure by the defense. Goring ran an excellent route, was able to get in front of the defender there, and was able to come up with a reception and a touchdown for the Jackrabbits. Hunter Dussman, PAT is good. So the Jackrabbits take a 7-point lead. It's 17-10. 3:32 left in the half. And you're listening to the Collegiate Sports Media Network. We'll be right back after this.
Hey, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Short break there. We're right back in the action. Hunter Dustman tees up the ball around the 35-yard line. He prepares to kick off to the Cardinals after a Graham Goring touchdown in the end zone. Sent there by airmail Mark Gronowski.
You have an 8-play, 77-yard drive. Took 2 minutes and 43 seconds off the clock.
Dustman's kick is away from right to left. The reception around the 10-yard line by returner Mason Pierce. Gets a nice return, ends up around the 30. So an excellent return there, 20 yards. He's going to end up at the 30-yard line after the kickoff, so it's going to be 1st and 10 for the Cardinals.
So a little bit of a slow start in the game for both teams. At the end of the first quarter, it was 3-0 in favor of the Cardinals, and now 17 points in the second quarter for the Jackrabbits, 7 points for the Cardinals, and the Cardinals are looking to cap this half off with some more.
A pass caught by Roy Alexander. A dump off. A quick pass there by Zach Calzada. Cardinals running a very quick offense overall. Calzada steps back inside the pocket, moves forward, a dump off there to number 3, Declan Taylor, the running back. Taylor able to make some ground on his feet, and he's going to move the chains.
And again, they're right back up on that ball. Earlier when I said they're going to cap off the half with some points, they might not even need to take the whole entire 3 and some change.
Calzada moves outside the pocket, gets a pass, a design screen outside to Mason Pierce. The receiver had blockers in front of him, and again, a first down for the Cardinals. Hurry up offense, no tight ends. 2 receivers far, 2 receivers near. Calzada steps back and passes once again to his running back, Declan Taylor in the center. Tackled by a whole swarm of Jackrabbits. Gain of 7 on that pass. The Cardinals like making those quick passes on the inside. I don't think our linebackers are set up in a way where they can get to cover those areas effectively with how quickly the Cardinals are moving. So that's going to bring up the 2-minute warning.
2-minute timeout, because apparently we're not allowed to call it a warning.
Oh.
Not legally, but like people make fun of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's weird. I don't get it. I'll call it a 2-minute warning. I don't care.
I was warned that there was 2 minutes left.
Right.
You know,
Right.
Yes.
You know what? Just to show, because this is the first college game that you and I are seeing in person with this new rule change. It completely caught me off guard. I was like, why are they stopping?
Yeah.
Someone call a timeout? Oh, there's 2 minutes left. Now, what you were saying before that, in emphasis on the quick short passes, because we look at it just a couple of plays ago, they were inside their own territory, and now they're inside Jackrabbit territory. They're at the 40 to 41-yard line. Those quick short passes can turn into relatively long drives, and long, I mean, in terms of yardage, not necessarily time taken up.
Absolutely. And the Cardinals now starting to head back towards their bench, leaving the core 11 out on the field.
I mean, we take a look at the drive chart from our friends at the South Dakota State Sports Information Office. The drive so far for Incarnate Word, 355, 153, 420, and a kickoff. And the 153 was 7 plays and 59 yards in a minute and 53 seconds.
Calzada gives on second down for a short gain. That was Isaiah Robinson, the running back. So it brings up third down and 2 for the Cardinals. They sit at the 40-yard line in Jackrabbit territory. Calzada keeps it. I thought he handed it off, but he sends it back over to the running back, Isaiah Robinson, on the outside. We're going to be able to pick up the first down.
Yeah, you were right on the first time. It was kind of a flea flicker play. It touched like 3 different hands. So
happened too fast. These Cardinals are running too fast.
Hey. It was a great design play.
So the game clock gets reset to 1, 2, 3. The Jackrabbits are going to take a 30-second timeout. So it's 17-10. The Jackrabbits up by 7. The Cardinals looming towards the end zone. Calzada's run a very tight ship. Very quick plays. It's going to be 4th down. They're placing it 4th and very short. And South Dakota State is going to take a timeout. I don't think the Cardinals plan on bringing the field goal team out. But we'll see what happens after the timeout. Jackrabbit defense back out, set. Cardinals still in their group. Now heading out. And it's going to be the offense. So Zach Calzada on 4th and short on the 38-yard line in Jackrabbit territory.
And if they get the turnover on downs, they still have a $123 to work with.
Calzada keeps it. Ate up immediately by the Jackrabbit defense.
I don't think he got there.
I don't think he got there.
And boy, the referee's getting an earful on the far sideline.
It'll all come down to where the umpire places the ball, but it looked short.
The Jackrabbit offense is already out there, and reluctantly, Coach Clint Killaw is sending his defense out. He's almost to the far side hash mark out on the field arguing with the referee. Finally, he's going to take his walk back. And it's going to stand a turnover on downs for the Jackrabbits.
So it's going to be Gronowski and the Jackrabbit offense. 2 receivers far, 2 receivers near, headed from right to left. A catch there by the tight end, Grayton Gannon. It's going to be a nice gain.
And the sideline is going to be your friend on this drive. Just a couple of seconds ticked off on that play, and you get out of bounds. It stops the clock. You also have 2 timeouts to work with if you need them or want to use them.
Absolutely. So that catch by the tight end, Grayton Gannon, who had a touchdown earlier. It's a nice 5-yard reception. It's going to bring up 2nd and 5 for the Jackrabbits. They sit just outside of Cardinal territory, around the 43-yard line. Catch there by Graham Goring, the receiver. He loses the football, bobbles it, and catches it again.
He still had a little bit more room to run with, but he stepped out of bounds a little bit earlier than he thought he wanted to. But maybe that's not a total bad thing. It stops the clock. You got a massive gain on that play, and you're inside enemy territory here with a minute and 8 seconds left to go in the first half.
So, yes, a minute and 8 seconds. A scary play. Graham Goring losing control in the air, able to re-catch the football. And now it brings up 1st down and 10. Jackrabbits at the 36-yard line in Cardinals territory. Gronowski has trips to the far, two receivers on the near side. He comes to the near side, Graham Goring again, but that ball goes out of bounds, so it's second down after an incomplete pass by Mark Gronowski.
And you're hearing the name Graham Goring a lot. Goring and Griffin Wilde, the top two receivers of this new Jackrabbit team after losing the Yankee brothers, and their tight end too as well in Zach Hines to graduation, and all three of them ended up making an NFL roster in the preseason, but I don't think any of them are currently on a practice squad, and the regular season began a couple nights ago.
Gronowski inside the pocket, decides to keep it after a gap opens up in the middle, but he's going to slide in the middle of the field, so the clock's going to run. It's third down, and they still have a ways to go. I think they're going to give him a 1 yard gain on that one, so it's going to be 3rd and 9. Jackrabbits at the 35, clock running, 43 seconds left in the half. Gronowski scrambling in the back, and he's going to pass over the middle. Intercepted by the Cardinals. Pass intended for Grayton Gannon in the end zone. Short. Intercepted there by number 4, I believe. Number 3.
That's going to be Mason Chambers. That was a tight spiral. He kind of rolled out towards his left, and it just didn't go quite far enough, and Chambers was right there, picked it right out of the air. But that was a very tight spiral, and it was thrown on a dime, pretty much probably where he wanted it. The tight end may have been a little bit deeper than the route called for. Maybe he underthrew it. Truly, we might not ever know, but regardless, an unfortunate situation here. But Incarnate Word on the 1 yard line, the defense has the opportunity to get 2 points right here.
Absolutely. And you know, that's also a result of losing some veteran players in the tight end, because we have Grayton Gannon, the sophomore now, and Davin Stoffel, a redshirt freshman. So the Cardinals are going to try to run. They get stopped near the goal line. The refs aren't signaling anything.
And a couple of Jackrabbits signaling safety. It kind of looks like a safety, and it looks like they're going to give them the forward progress at the 1 yard line.
Isaiah Robinson got swallowed up immediately by the Jackrabbit defensive line.
Yeah, that was a brick wall. And the clock's running out. 4-3, and SDSU's not going to take the timeout. Adam Bach in the middle of there signaling. He's confused as to why they didn't take the timeout. But that's going to send him to halftime.
Yeah, so it's going to end up being Jackrabbits 17, Cardinals 10 after the interception by Gronowski, the near safety by the Jackrabbit defense. So we'll be right back for our halftime show. It's going to be a 20-minute halftime here at Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium. You're listening to the Collegian Sports Network. We'll be right back after this.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning. The cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners. Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners. Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Seventeen to 10, the score at halftime. South Dakota State up over the University of the Incarnate Word here in the home opener of the 2024 season for the back-to-back defending national champion Jackrabbits, also ranked number 1 in the country. Incarnate Word ranked 11th in the FCS coaches polls. We'll take a look at some FCS scores later on here in our halftime report. But first, let's go ahead and take a look at how the first half played out with the Pride of the Dakota's halftime performance playing out in the background. We started off Incarnate Word won the toss. They deferred to the second half, so South Dakota State started it off. An 11-play, 64-yard drive ended in a field goal attempt from about 30 yards out. That was missed. By Hunter Dustman. So that gave the ball over to the Cardinals. Then the Cardinals got the ball, drove 9 plays, 61 yards. They hit a field goal from 29 yards out. That put them up 3-0. South Dakota State then got the ball back. They tied it up at 3-3 after a 12-play, 67-yard drive from 23 yards out. Then right after that, Incarnate Word got the ball back, played 7 plays, and actually the Jackrabbits come up with it. A turnover on downs. They come back 5 plays later, 73 yards later, get the first touchdown of the game, and that kind of broke it wide open. The next drive for the Cardinals, 10-play, 75-yard drive, that ended in a touchdown as well. South Dakota State then another touchdown after that, 8-play, 77-yard drive, until another turnover on downs for the Cardinals. SDSU got the ball back with a minute 19, drove all the way down. They had a chance to take a 2-score lead, then an interception coming from Mason Chambers and the Cardinals. So they got the ball back on the 1-yard line. And it was close. It looked like he got stood up. May have been a safety. They gave him the forward progress at the 1-yard line and let the clock run out. And that is how we got here. 17-10, the score. Again, to recap, a 37-yard field goal from Peacock for the Cardinals. Hunter Dustman, a 30-yard field goal for the Jackrabbits. That tied them up at 3-3. Then the Jackrabbits took the 10-3 lead. A 41-yard touchdown reception from Gradowski to Gannon. The PAT was good. That put them up 10-3. Then the Cardinals tied it up at 10-10. Wathall, a 5-yard touchdown reception thrown by Calzada. The PAT by Peacock was good. And then the Jackrabbits took the 17-10 lead, a 22-yard reception by Graham Goring. The PAT was good on that one, and that is where we sit, 17-10. We'll take another break here. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. When we do, we'll take a look around the Missouri Valley Football Conference, what happened today, and some national FCS games that might be of special interest to Jackrabbit Nation. All of that and more coming up on our halftime show. Again, we'll be back here in 3 minutes on the Collegian Sports Network.
Just texting him back. I'm just posting a story. I'm just changing the song.
No. When it comes to distracted driving, just don't. Sending a text takes your eyes off the road for just 5 seconds, but in that time, your car can travel the length of an entire football field. Any distracted driving just isn't worth it.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
If I could be you.
And you could be me? For just 1 hour.
If you could find a way.
To get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
A heads up before something bad happens.
You should not send that text.
Uh-oh. Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can reverse prediabetes and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
(17-10) Jackrabbit lead here at halftime of the home opener of the 2024 South Dakota State football season. So the pride of the Dakotas play themselves out after a spectacular halftime show here at the first home game of the year. It's time to take a look at some scores from around the FCS. Specifically, we'll start with the Missouri Valley Football Conference, start with the ones that are finished. Missouri State, soon-to-be FBS team, going to be moving up next year, taking on the Ball State Cardinals. They lose 34-42 to the Bears. Youngstown State taking it to Valparaiso, 59-25, the final score in that one. Northern Iowa, the Panthers taking on St. Thomas. The Tommies over there in the Pioneer Football League, not a conference member in football of the Jackrabbits, but is a conference member of the Summit League with the Jackrabbits Olympic sports team. 17-10, the final score there, the Panthers over the Tommies. South Dakota playing it close with a Big Ten school over there in Madison, Wisconsin. The Badgers do squeak this one out 27-13, and North Dakota State hosting Tennessee State. The Bison all over the Tigers, 52-3. Now games that are currently happening. Indiana State taking on Eastern Illinois, 17-13. The Panthers are leading the Sycamores. They're just starting the second half. Just underway in the second half, Southern Illinois versus Austin Peay. The Salukis versus the Governors, and the Salukis are taking that one right now, 14-10, 14:53 left to go in the third quarter there. The Butler Bulldogs currently beating the Murray State Racers 10-7, just under 10 minutes left to play in the third quarter in that one. The Illinois State Redbirds 14-3 over the North Alabama Lions, 10:55 left to go in the third quarter there. And this game, definitely catching some attention from around the country. Montana taking on North Dakota up there in Grand Forks, just up I-29. The Grizzlies up in that one, 24-7. 12 minutes left to go in the third quarter there. And, of course, this one right here at halftime, 17-10. South Dakota State up over Incarnate Word. Now let's take a look at some national FCS games here as we take a look at some of the teams that we haven't mentioned so far that are ranked nationally in the coaches' polls. First off, Montana State currently up 28-0 over Maine, the Black Bears. That has 13:09 left to go in the first half. And then Montana, we already mentioned them playing North Dakota, the Fighting Hawks, up in Grand Forks. How about Villanova? 28-3. They're up over Colgate. 3:59 left in the fourth quarter in that one, so that one's getting down to it. Idaho. Now, this one's going to sting a little bit for me. I'm personally a Wyoming Cowboys fan. Idaho getting the big FBS win, 17-13 over the Cowboys. And the Vandals playing it close with Oregon last week, getting the win over Wyoming this week. I mean, they're cementing themselves as absolutely one of the top FCS title contenders this year. And former Jackrabbit offensive coordinator Jason Eck doing a great job out there in Moscow. Looking at Sacramento State, their game coming up at about 9 p.m. Central Time, so that would be 7 p.m. out there in California. They're taking on in-state foe Fresno State. And again, that'll be at 9 p.m. on the Mountain West Network if you do want to watch that game.
Central Arkansas, ranked 9th in the polls. Let me make sure I'm typing this in right. And there's a few Centrals here. Wonder if they have a bye this week. They're not showing up on my scoreboard. And then Chattanooga to round out the top 10. And the Mocs currently leading the Georgia State Panthers 14-10, an FBS team in Georgia State. That one 8:09 left in the third quarter in that one. But here, 17-10 is the score at halftime. A couple more minutes till we get the second half underway. When we come back, we'll take a look at some of the full-on stats and get you geared up for that second half. You're listening to Jackrabbit Football on the Collegian Sports Network.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Hey, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
They are our cuddlers and coworkers, purr machines and love bugs, and constant companions. They are our pets, our family, and they make life so much better. When we face unexpected challenges in life, so do our pets. That's why we're on a mission to support people who love their pets, and the pets who love their people, ensuring these families stay exactly where they belong, together. And you have something to offer. With an open heart and mind, there is nothing you can't do. There's no gesture too small or too big when it comes to helping. Whether donating a bag of kibble, sharing an Instagram post of a lost cat, or welcoming a foster pet into your home, every bit of kindness counts. You can help keep pets and people together. Visit petsandpeopletogether.org to learn how to be a helper in your community. This has been a public service announcement brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Welcome back after the half. I'm Ben Anderson, joined by Braden Byers. This is the Collegian Sports Network. We're in Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium watching Jackrabbit football. Set up for the half. The Cardinals deferred. They're going to receive Hunter Dustman with the kickoff. Mason Pierce and Declan Taylor in the back for the return team. It's going to be Mason Pierce. He's going to get lit up at the 7-yard line. That hit by Colby Humphrey for the Jackrabbits stops Mason Pierce in his tracks. The ball's going to be set at the 9-yard line.
And let me tell you what, Ben, that's a way to come out of a halftime locker room right there. You're up only by 7. You got to create some momentum somehow. You're giving the ball away to them to start off the second half, and that's how you kind of get in their head a little bit.
Absolutely. Let's see if the Cardinals keep up that hurry-up offense play style in this half. It's Zach Calzada behind the line, and a flag flies near the center field.
So that's holding on the offense. There were 8 total penalties combined between the two teams in the first half. And I have half a mind to think that maybe that's why the second quarter felt like it took so long. We had these stoppages. We had a few reviews as well. Of course, a targeting penalty earlier on in the game resulting in the disqualification of one of the Cardinals. That took a couple of minutes.
So it's going to be 1st and 15 for the Cardinals. They're on the 4-yard line. The handoff given to Isaiah Robinson picks up a nice gain of about 6 yards. And the Cardinals are going to be on the 11-yard line now. It's 2nd down.
And, yep, they're right back on the line. As you mentioned, we weren't sure if they were going to keep it up, but it looks like they're going to.
Wonky snap comes out into the hands of Zach Calzada. He decides to keep it, rolls out to the near side, and he's going to stay about the same, if not lose a couple yards there.
Yep, so a 3rd down and long coming up here.
So they lost 1 yard on that play, and it's going to be 3rd and 9, and they're going to be positioned on the 10-yard line in their own end.
And that's exactly where you don't want to be, facing this team and this crowd as well. Very early in the second half. Haven't even had a minute go by.
The score being 17-10, Jackrabbits ahead. 14 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. Zach Calzada stays in the pocket, passing deep for his receiver, was being held the whole time.
Lots of hand fighting there from Matthew Durance on the near sideline.
Running back Daquan Taylor trying to get open there, but Matthew Durance had his hands all over him even before the ball was in the area.
And both teams know it. They've already set up where it is.
However, Matthew Durance was the player earlier in the game who had to exit because of fear of injury, so it's nice to see that he's back out playing defense for the Jackrabbits.
Absolutely. So probably a breath of fresh air here for UIW to kind of not be backed up against their own end zone as much, but they're still on the 25-yard line.
Yeah, positioned on the 25, 1st and 10. Zach Calzada gets the pass, quickly passing outside to Roy Alexander. Still up, fighting. Multiple missed tackles there.
Yeah, making a couple of people miss and all that for 5 yards.
Didn't gain very many yards after those missed tackles, but still stayed up. 5-yard gain there, 2nd and 5 at the 30.
He caught it around the 30-yard line, so you're right. Hardly any yards after contact on that one.
Zach Calzada quickly gets the pass outside, breaks away. There's no Jackrabbits in front of him. It's Jalen Walthall, the receiver, and he's going to move all the way to the end zone for a 70-yard touchdown pass for the Cardinals, going to move the score to 17-16. The only thing deciding whether this will be a tie or not is the PAT coming up by Peacock, the kicker.
And it kind of looked like Tucker Large whiffed on a tackle, and he couldn't regain his balance, on the turf, but he whiffed on the tackle that would have absolutely stopped that play. Not saying it was entirely his fault, obviously, but a big missed tackle there.
So Brack Peacock able to kick that one through the uprights. We're going to have a tie game at 17 apiece with 13-11 left in the 3rd quarter. unfortunate turn of events for the Jackrabbit defense. Came out explosive on special teams, had a couple great stops when the Cardinals were backed up in their own end, but a couple flags got in the way, and the pure speed that's coming from the Cardinal offense is causing some confusion in the Jackrabbit defense, not being in the right places at the right times and letting some big plays get through.
And I will play a little bit of devil's advocate here, knowing that we are SDSU's student media. That's a heck of a way to start the second half from Incarnate Word. That's exactly what they wanted. A big play like that can spark some momentum in their favor. And if we think back to the first half, the Jackrabbits had a chance to go up by 2 scores. If they would have gotten that touchdown right there, they would still be ahead here. Instead, we're tied. And there's 13 minutes left in the third quarter. There's still a lot of time, but as a fan and us sitting up here, you kind of can't help but think about what if they had gotten that touchdown, or maybe even that safety that so many people thought they might have gotten on that one play. And here they are tied up, and now the Jackrabbits definitely have some work to do here in the third and the fourth.
Yeah, looking back at Incarnate Word's first game of the season versus Northern Colorado, Jalen Walthall was the guy to go to for passing. Had 103 yards, averaging 20.6 per reception, and a long of 46 yards. For the Jackrabbit end, it's Griffin Wilde, who we haven't really seen much during this game. During the game against Oklahoma State, Griffin Wilde had 150 yards, averaging 21.4 per reception, had a touchdown and a long of 60 yards.
Yeah, and technically Wilde is the leading receiver here in this game, but a lot of his catches were more earlier on in the game. 6 catches for 53 yards, averaging about 30 yards after a catch. So not as many and not recently, but technically still the leading receiver of the game. But you're right, haven't heard his name called much by you.
That's something that the Jackrabbits should definitely work on, moving the ball around. It's been a lot of tight ends, a lot of Graham Goring. Need to get your star players on lock. And that reception drops through the hands. That was Kirby Voorhees. Almost let up a turnover after a kickoff. Able to regain possession. But the ball's going to be set where it was kicked. It's at the 30-yard line. Not bad field position. So it's Jackrabbits' ball in their own end, 1st and 10. Gronowski quickly passes to Chase Mason, who tries to get outside but not able to dodge the defender there. So they're going to lose yards, and it's going to be 2nd down and long.
One thing I will say, big Chase Mason fan over here. I like how they're using him. I like using him in the quarterback position. I like using him in the wide receiver position as well. He's absolutely an athletic character, and he's not doing much for you sitting on the bench, so why not work him into a couple of offensive formations?
Absolutely.
Especially with 2 new co-offensive coordinators.
Gronowski gets the snap, quickly passes out to Kentrell Pregame, the receiver. He's going to gain a couple. So he's going to move the stick about 5 yards right between the markers. It's going to be 3rd and 5. Jackrabbits will be on the 37-yard line in their own end. Big 3rd down here momentum-wise. Gronowski, shotgun formation. Doesn't go on the first count, but goes on the second. Hands off to Amar Johnson, who's able to pick up a nice chunk of yards.
I think he got enough. And they will move the chains.
They do move the chains. 1st down, Jackrabbits. But it was close. It was close.
Yes, yeah, it was close, but I was pretty sure he got it.
So it's going to be Jackrabbit ball, 1st and 10 on the 43-yard line in their own end. Gronowski is going to send Graham Goring in motion to the near side. It's going to be another handoff to Amar Johnson. He's going to go tumbling end over a defender. And it's going to be another nice gain on the run.
And they're going to mark up just shy of midfield. But definitely a 2nd and manageable here with 3 yards to go to the first down marker.
Absolutely. The Jackrabbits positioned at the 49-yard line. Gronowski has both running backs next to him. Receiver on the near side, 2 on the far side. It's going to be a flip to Graham Goring, who's going to go all the way to the far side of the field. Quickly ate up, but not after getting the first down.
That's a fun play design. No problem with it at all. Definitely felt like you could have possibly gotten a little bit more yards had the blocks been held on the far side, but I like the imagination coming from the 2 new co-offensive coordinators, replacing the absence of Zach Lujan, who moved to the same position with Northwestern.
And a timeout is going to be called by the Cardinals, so we're going to take a timeout as well. And we'll be right back on the Collegian Sports Network right after this.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning, the cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We are back on the Collegian Sports Network. I'm Ben Anderson. Braden Byers next to me. There's 10 minutes and 10 seconds left in the third quarter of this game where we see the Jackrabbits face off against the Cardinals. It's this tie game at 17. The Jackrabbits have the ball at the 49-yard line heading into the Cardinal end. Gronowski is going to hand off the ball to Angel Johnson, who breaks in front of the defenders, gets outside, and is finally pushed out of bounds, but not after a wonderful gain. It's going to be about a 15-yard gain on that run. It's going to be first down Jackrabbits. They're going to place the ball around the 27-yard line in the Cardinal end.
Yep, and there's Angel using the speed that he has. Amar is definitely far and away the number one running back for this team, trying to fill the void of Isaiah Davis, who's now with the New York Jets. But you add a little bit of that speed with Angel Johnson, and the two Johnsons, the Johnson & Johnson company, definitely are a threat.
Mark Gronowski steps back to pass, sends it towards Griffin Wilde. It's going to be incomplete, so it's going to be second down and 10 at the 27-yard line for the Jackrabbits.
And you know what, going back to that double-edged rushing attack, Amar has 8 carries for 47 yards. Angel has 6 carries for 42 yards. So those two definitely doing their part to try and fill that void of the Isaiah Davis.
Wilde in motion. Gronowski going to hand off to Amar Johnson, cutting through the middle of the field, through defenders, gets a nice gain. Gain of 6 to be exact. So the Jackrabbits are going to be positioned on the 21-yard line, trying to get in the red zone. It's 3rd down.
And again, definitely manageable. 4 yards. Definitely might want it closer. Might not have wanted to get to 3rd down at all, but definitely doable. And here you start to think, is this potentially 4-down territory if you don't get this 3rd down, or do they kick it?
Kevin Brenner, the fullback, in motion. Gronowski takes the snap, hands off to Amar Johnson, but whistles and a flag on the far side. Waiting for head referee Jason Perkins to make the call. Still having a meeting around the 22-yard line.
See, we're far enough away that I couldn't even use my binoculars to try and read lips. So that's not an option.
So it's going to be a 5-yard penalty on the Cardinals. It's going to bring up an automatic 1st down for the Jackrabbits, and they move into the red zone.
Yeah, and that's something you definitely don't see very often, a defensive delay of game. Definitely interesting there. One thing I will say about the Jackrabbits, though, today they just don't seem to be executing. The plays are there, some dropped passes, maybe some ill-advised decisions, and some underthrown or overthrown balls.
Gronowski hands off to Amar Johnson, who's ate up immediately after that play. And Declan Williams getting a little funny out there, doing a little bit of a flop. No flags.
Obviously.
Barely touched. Barely touched.
Yeah, what even happened here?
Just kind of waltzed.
Yeah, he was the one that was in on making the tackle. He was never on the ground or anything like that.
No. Kevin Brenner and Grayton Gannon in motion. Gronowski going to hand off again to Amar Johnson. Has blockers in front, able to pick up a nice gain around 5.
And something I will say that is working relatively okay is the rushing attack. Before that play, they had 134 total yards on the ground compared to the 165 through the air, all courtesy of Mark Gronowski's arm, by the way. Gronowski's currently sitting at 14 of 25, so definitely would like to see that completion percentage maybe up a little bit beyond the 56% mark, but it is early in the season. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt there, but if we're still having these same problems deep into the MVFC conference schedule, we might have a problem.
Gronowski has 5 receivers downfield, passes to the end zone. That's Griffin Wilde. That's our guy in the end zone, wide open for a touchdown.
Yep, and the Sioux Falls native showing them exactly what can happen when things go right. An excellent drawn play. He was wide open in the end zone, and Gronowski just laid it in there perfectly. And one of South Dakota's sons getting another touchdown in an early season game. I know he was remembered for the big game-winning touchdown against Montana State last year. Getting a potentially big touchdown here. They could end up being the game winner, but we still have a lot of ball game left to play.
I loved that play. The Jackrabbits had 5 different receivers down the field, able to spread the defense and confuse them. Griffin Wilde, the top dog, able to get open. And again, a touchdown for the Jackrabbits gives them the lead. And the PAT by Hunter Dustman is going to be good as well. So the score moves to 17. There's 7 minutes and 13 seconds left in the third quarter. And as the teams move to the sideline, we will take a break, and we'll be right back on the Collegiate Sports Network after this.
Just texting him back. I'm just posting a story. I'm just changing the song.
No. When it comes to distracted driving, just don't. Sending a text takes your eyes off the road for just 5 seconds, but in that time, your car can travel the length of an entire football field. Any distracted driving just isn't worth it.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back. I'm Ben Anderson, joined by Braden Byers in the Collegiate Sports Network booth at the Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium. Jackrabbits just scored a touchdown, and a lucky fan just made 3 out of 3 field goals down in the far end zone, and he came away with a nice prize.
I mean, I'm telling you, the vibes are immaculate here. A chest bump in the checkerboards on the south end zone right after that. High-fiving someone dressed up in a carrot suit. I mean, only things found at Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium, huh, Ben?
I am so glad that college football is back in South Dakota. Hunter Dustman kicks it in the end zone. It's a touchback, and the Cardinals take over on offense.
So the Cardinals are going to look to answer back their busted coverage on that touchdown play from 11 yards out to Griffin Wilde in the back corner of the end zone. They're looking to put some points up here, and a screenplay like this might not do much for them.
Yeah, Zach Calzada passes over to his running back, Lontrell Turner. Doesn't gain any, actually loses 1. So it's going to be 2nd and 11 for the Cardinals. They have 4 receivers on the far side, setting up a screen, but looks the opposite way towards Jalen Walthall, able to bring the pass in for a nice gain, but that's going to bring up 3rd and 4 for the Cardinals.
And I do have to say, I think I am kind of getting used to the pace that the Cardinals are playing at. I mean, they're just constantly running straight up to the line. It's like they have play after play after play. Now, I'm honestly not really sure if they're getting signs from the sideline, because I know helmet communication isn't a thing in the FCS until, I think, next year.
Definitely a fun team to watch. Zach Calzada is going to pass in to Lontrell Turner.
Dayton McGoy right there to blow that play up. They'll mark it. It's going to be a 4th down, and there's a little bit of a discrepancy. The ball's marked at the 33, and currently the Sticks have it marked at the 31. Now they finally move it, so it will be the 33-yard line.
So for the first time this game, out comes the punt team.
Yeah, there have been no punts.
So Ryan Schamberger for the Cardinals, punt is away, drops about the 40, bounces towards the 30. And downed by the Cardinals on the 28 in the Jackrabbit app. So that's where the Jackrabbits will start. And we'll see if the Jackrabbits can finally put a comfortable lead on this game. It's been tight throughout the entire game, throughout entire 3 quarters of play. Incarnate Word being the first to score.
Yep, and this is kind of the middle of the pack for when we look at where their drives have started previously. They've had one at the 20, they've had one at the 13, they've had one at the 35, so kind of right in the middle. And so this is definitely something SDSU can work with here.
So Gronowski's going to hand the ball off to Declan Taylor. Excuse me, that is completely wrong. I can't even believe I just said that.
Declan?
I was looking at the freaking wrong side of my player sheet. That's obviously Amar Johnson for the Jackrabbits.
Hey, this may be their second game. This is our first game.
That's true. That's true. All right, we're going to let that one slide
You
this time.
have till the end of the 4th quarter to get all of that out. From here on out, I expect perfection.
Absolutely. So it's 2nd and 5 for the Jackrabbits. Gronowski passes to his tight end. That is going to be
he whiffed
broken
on a
away.
tackle.
Whiffed tackle heading towards the end zone. Not fast enough. That was Brody Gormley, the tight end for South Dakota State. Could maybe work on the 40 time a little bit. Gets caught up by the shoelaces.
Yeah.
The ball's going to be placed at the 6-yard line.
I mean, he was this close to a breakout touchdown.
Gronowski's going to hand off to Amar Johnson. Gets through the defenders, and that's a touchdown for Amar Johnson. And the Jackrabbits finally can take a breath. They have now a comfortable lead of 30-17. And let's see if Hunter Dustman could put one more on the board.
Yeah, I mentioned that I think it was in the last drive before they scored the touchdown to end that one drive, that some of the plays have been there, but they haven't exactly executed on them. Now I'm starting to feel like this Jackrabbit team is starting to fire on all cylinders and kind of live up to a little bit of the potential that they have.
Dustman the snap, the hold, the kick is up and through the uprights. And that moves our score to 31-17. The Jackrabbits up by 14 now with 3:58 left in the 3rd quarter. Still plenty of football to be played.
Only 3 plays to go 72 yards, a 61-yard pass to Brody Gormley from Mark Gronowski, and he just gets caught by Mason Chambers. But they'll take the 6-yard touchdown run from Amar Johnson.
And I can't dog on Brody too much.
No.
He did break through all the defenders as a big man, able to get through.
He was stuck on the far sideline. He weaved his way through. That's definitely going to be a highlight play that's going to be played throughout the next week leading up to the Augustana game for sure. It was this close to being that much better, but absolutely fantastic play from Gormley, and not to take away from Johnson's rush. I mean, he was wide open, and he ran it straight up the gut and straight into the end zone.
So Hunter Dustman puts the ball on the tee on the 35, and the kick is away. From right to left in the back, they're going to let it hit the end zone. It's going to be another touchback for the Cardinals.
So now we get to see what the Cardinals have cooking here. I know the last time I said now they have to answer. Well, now it's getting to the point where they really need to answer. The Jacks up 31-17. If they let it slip away anymore, they can start thinking about their flight back to San Antonio.
You know, I do like it when the Cardinals are on offense. I love watching them play. It's very fun.
It's a fun team.
It's action-packed football.
Same with Oklahoma State last week. It was action-packed. There was something happening pretty much every second while they were on offense.
Zach Calzada tries to stay in the pocket, but the pocket breaks. He takes off on the run and stays up, doesn't slide, and gets tackled just before the first down.
Yeah, Dallas Beanham came up and met him. Adam Bach had him wrapped around the legs. Finally, just short of the first down. It's going to be second, and I honestly would call it inches.
So Calzada in shotgun. Hands off to the running back, Declan Taylor. And that's a stop by the defense.
Yeah, that was kind of a slow developing play. It's almost like Calzada kind of handed it off and the running back just stopped. And that might be because all of the lanes were plugged. His offensive line didn't exactly get the right blocks or something like that, but it just seemed like the play stopped, and then all of a sudden he started running, but at that point it was too late.
Definitely a halfback draw play there. So Calzada's going to get under center, take the snap, roll out, rolling to the near side, tries to take it himself, breaks past a missed tackle, and is going to be met by Matthew Durrance, but not after gaining that first down.
Yeah, so Calzada's starting to use his legs a little bit here as we get towards the tail end of the third quarter. Moving out in open field, weaving through tacklers, and not even sliding. He's hitting them head on, not necessarily with his helmet, but like he's hitting them head on and trying to get those extra yards after contact if he can.
Zach Calzada's going to drop back, rifles it far and deep for Jalen Warthall, and I think he caught it.
Wow. The arm strength on this one, but there's a penalty flag back where Calzada was. It's right at the 36-yard line on the near side hash, and everybody's retreating back to where the ball was before the catch.
If that was a catch, it would have been a 30-yard reception there for Jalen Warthall with an excellent pass just in between the defenders there by Zach Calzada.
So again, a referee convention happening here. Okay, so an unnecessary roughness on the offense.
Interesting.
So indeed, we'll wipe out the play.
Travion Newsom called on that. And it's going to back up the Cardinals, so it's going to be 1st and 20.
Wow.
They're going to be positioned at the 30-yard line.
It's a 1st and 25. It was a 15-yard penalty.
Oh, my gosh. Little bit of a trick play, scrambling. 5 players in motion on the offense. No running backs.
Now
in the
got an
backfield.
empty set. Yep.
Calzada, quick pass inside to Roy Alexander. That was a design screen. Have about 8 Jackrabbits on top of him right now. Gets tackled. And now it's going to be 2nd and about 20.
You know, I like that play, especially in the situation they're in. They need to gain some chunk yardage and fast, too. They only have 4 downs to do it, to get all the way back to the opposite 44. And wow, what a hit coming from Dallas Beanham.
Zach Calzada finds Roy Alexander near the sideline on this close side to us. And yes, an excellent hit there by Dallas Beanham, pushing him out of bounds. It's 3rd and long. About 12 yards for the Cardinals. They're on the 43-yard line in their own end. Calzada's going to be in shotgun. He has Declan Taylor next to him. Tight end on the near side, trips to the far side.
I kind of wonder if the back's going to motion out and leave him with an empty set again. The play clock hit 0. And yeah, that's going to be a forced timeout called from Clint Killock.
So 3rd and long.
And let me tell you, he's not happy about it either.
No, and I saw Zach Calzada was a little upset as well.
And They only have one timeout left, and we're not even to the fourth quarter yet.
Correct. We have 41 seconds to go until we get to the fourth quarter.
So if they do gain those points back, the points that are separating the Jackrabbits and the Cardinals, that could absolutely play a factor coming down to it if they have the ball in the waning seconds and they have to keep throwing to the outside and going out of bounds instead of maybe taking a chance in the middle of the field and calling a timeout or something like that. Something to look out for, and obviously that's a little bit of ways considering we're not even done with the third yet, but
the Cardinals could definitely be a much better football team if they worked on a little bit of time management and keeping the flags in the referees' pockets. They would definitely be way stronger contending in this game.
7 penalties for 80 yards on the Cardinals alone.
Zach Calzada decides to keep it running. Gets tied up by 2 Jackrabbits, but it's going to be a first down. An excellent work on his feet for Zach Calzada.
And he's taken a couple of hits as of late. Not necessarily like dangerous hits, but hits you would rather your quarterback not take, potentially, if you're trying to climb back down 2 scores.
So it's going to be a handoff there for the Cardinals. It's going to be a loss of 1. That's Declan Taylor.
And that's going to bring it to the fourth.
And yes, we are going to go to the fourth, and we're going to put some more time on the clock. The Jackrabbits 31, Cardinals 17. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back on the Collegian Sports Network.
If I could be you.
And you could be me?
For just 1 hour.
If you could find a way.
To get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
A heads up before something bad happens.
You should not send that text.
Uh-oh. Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can reverse prediabetes and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Welcome back to Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium on the Collegian Sports Network. We're watching Jackrabbit football. It's 2nd and 11 for the Cardinals as they try to answer for 14 unanswered Jackrabbit touchdown points.
Yeah, the score by quarter is looking a little bit weird. After one, it was 3-0 in favor of Incarnate Word. Then the Jackrabbits score 17 in the second, 14 in the third. And Incarnate Word only matches 7 in each of those quarters. And of course, we still have the whole entire fourth to play now that we're just going to get underway once TV gets back from its timeout. I should say our friends at Midco Sports gets back from their timeout.
Are they our friends?
Yeah, they are friends.
Maybe. All right. And Midco's back. You can see it on the TV next to me. So, play resumes. Zach Calzada leading the Cardinals. Steps back inside the pocket, rifles to the center field, finds his receiver, Jalen Warthall. Gain of 7 there for the Cardinals, so it's going to bring up 3rd down and 3.
And Matthew Durant's right there to wrap up pretty much where the ball was caught. So there come the bells again, and the crowd gets a little louder.
Calzada inside the pocket, rolling to the far side. Deep pass, headed towards the end zone.
Wow.
Caught. And a touchdown for Roy Alexander, and he hits the gritty.
A heck of a play from Incarnate Word. I mean, that was placed perfectly. Like, it hit right in his numbers.
There was very tight coverage there by Dallas Beanham on the outside, on the far corner of the end zone. But that ball was placed perfectly in an excellent effort by Roy Alexander. Means that this game gets a little closer.
And, I mean, if you're going to get back those points that were separating the Jackrabbits and the Cardinals, that's exactly how you do it. You hit plays like that.
So Brack Peacock, PAT, is good, and our score moves to 31-24. Jackrabbits still ahead by 7. 14:22 left to go in the game. So after the Cardinals touchdown, we're going to step away. We'll be right back after this.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Collegiate Sports Network broadcast of Jackrabbit football here in Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium. So, touchdown by the Cardinals. Jackrabbits looking to take over here. It's a squib kick, and it's going to be caught by, is that Matthew Durant? I believe it is.
Real quick, do want to point out that was a 9-play, 75-yard drive. Took 4 minutes and 36 seconds off the clock. But they're going to start at the Cardinal 41. This is going to be their best field position of the night off of what you described as a squib kick. I admittedly did not see it.
It was an interesting kick. I don't know what they were going for, if they were even going for an onside kick or just a botched kick maybe, but handoff here to Amar Johnson. An excellent run, cutting through some defenders, breaking some tackles. It's going to move the chains. It's going to be first down, and the Jackrabbits move into Cardinal territory now at the 48-yard line. So Gronowski, shotgun formation. Amar Johnson next to him. Gronowski rifles it to Griffin Wilde, who's pushed out of bounds after a 6-yard gain.
Nice little gain there. Had him run that route pretty much straight to the sideline, and Gronowski hit him in stride. And now you got half the distance to go.
It's going to be 2nd and 4 for the Jackrabbits. Ball placed on the 43-yard line. Gronowski claps once and twice, gets the ball, passes quickly to his right. That's Amar Johnson, who's tripped up by a defender there.
It's going to be Chris Pierce for Incarnate Word. And you're right, tripped up is a great word. I think he kind of tried to leap over it, but I think Pierce got a hand on it. And, I mean, that's the very definition of a shoelace tackle, just not in the sense that we usually see it with one defender running down behind a offensive player.
So it's 3rd down for Mark Gronowski. He's going to get it, passes to Amar Johnson, who beats his defender, gets out in front of him, and picks up the 1st down.
That was very well executed from the offense. Johnson cut straight through the defense. The blockers were out there where they needed to be, and they held their blocks all the way until Johnson tried to cut through, in which they stopped him, but just shy of the 1st down, too. It's quite literally 3rd and inches. And now they stop play, and the officials come together, and they'll change it to a 1st down. I honestly thought it was enough for a 1st down at the beginning, and then I looked at the chains. I was like, interesting.
Yeah, it looked like a 1st down from up here, and the marker was basically on the 1st down marker, so it's going to be 1st down in Cardinals territory. The Jackrabbits positioned on the 36-yard line.
And right now, the Jackrabbits just want to keep him at arm's length.
Handoff to Amar Johnson. He's going to gain a couple. So moves to 2nd and 8. 12 minutes left in the game. Jackrabbits still ahead by 7.
There's a Cardinal laying face down. There's multiple trainers immediately rushing out there. Do see some movement, and he's going to end up turning over on his back now.
Yeah, they're going to roll him over into that rescue position. That's good for patient care. Still a group of trainers out there with him. Haven't seen any attempt to move.
And I think that's going to be Mr. Williams, a 6-foot junior linebacker from Canoga Park in California. Now get him into an upright seated position and see if they can maybe get him off the field.
Still 31-24. Jackrabbits have good field position. Are marching down the field currently. Still no attempt to move here. He's sitting on the far hash marks at the 40-yard line. At least he is up.
Both teams are now out on the field. Obviously, his concerned teammates there. And obviously some concern from the Jackrabbit side, too, as now they get him up to his feet, and he's walking under his own power. And he'll walk to the sideline.
Definitely looked like he was holding his rib cage. Definitely an upper body injury here. So Mr. Williams is able to leave the field.
And do have to say, one of the top 10 names I've ever heard.
Yes.
His first name, Mr.
Mr.
I might have to write that down. You know, for potential kids. I can hear my mom saying, don't do that to my grandkids. But
My name is Kate DeBoone. I'm a junior majoring in ag science. I'm from Flanders, South Dakota. After college,
So still in a TV timeout as I look and see Midco Sports playing an advertisement.
Yep, they went ahead and called a timeout on the field for the injured player about 5 to 10 seconds before they eventually got him up. But both the teams back out on there, and we'll get things back underway now.
So Gronowski back out to lead the offense. And Griffin Wilde in motion to our side. And the pass is going to be to Wilde, completed. Gets some yards after the catch and eventually pushed out of bounds. But it's going to earn him a first down, and the chains move. So the Jackrabbits are going to be positioned on the 25-yard line in the Cardinal end. Chase Mason once again out there, and Gronowski moves out to a receiver position, and Mason is in shotgun formation. No backs. Mason takes it himself, finds some room off to the far side, taken out by the knee.
Chase Mason with a gain of a 6.
Marcus Brown eventually getting the stop. Nice gain there for Chase Mason.
I like those formations. It kind of reminds me of an old Montana State from a couple of years ago. You know, touchdown Tommy Malott and Sean Chambers. Now, naturally, that can wear both of your quarterbacks down, so maybe not doing it as much, and obviously they haven't been doing it as much. It's been kind of a rarity, but it's refreshing to see a little bit of that from the Jackrabbit side.
Gronowski steps back to pass. The receivers aren't looking and get tripped up, and the ball flies out the back of the end zone, but there is a flag. There was a lot of contact back there.
Yeah, if it's going to be DPI, it's going to be on Mason Chambers, the senior from right there in San Antonio.
I couldn't tell if most of the contact was between the two Jackrabbits or the defenders in the area.
Yep, so I think it was pass interference. Can double check and confirm that here in a second.
Was a 15-yard penalty, automatic
Which
first down.
I do believe that would be a pass interference in college. In the NFL, it's a spot foul, but
so
in college, it's 15.
Jackrabbits on the 3-yard line have the beef out there, extra lineman. And Amar Johnson gets the fake. No defenders followed him, and he easily walks into the end zone on the out route.
Yep, they perfectly sold that one. Johnson coming around on the right side, waltzing into the end zone untouched. And that's exactly what the Jackrabbits wanted. Again, like I mentioned earlier on in the drive, keeping the Cardinals at arm's length, not letting them get close enough to where it could be a potential last couple of play situation for them to either tie it up or potentially win the game. keeping it at a 2-score distance or more is exactly what the Jackrabbits want.
Mark Gronowski able to totally sell the keeper, and Amar Johnson, excellent outside run right to the corner of the end zone. Jackrabbits score, and our friend Hunter Dustman down on the field able to get the PAT. So that's going to move our score to 38-24. Jackrabbits ahead by 14, 10:34 left in the game. So, after the Jackrabbits score, we wait for Hunter Dustman to kick off, and we're going to take a break from the Collegiate Sports Network. We'll be right back.
They are our cuddlers and coworkers, purr machines and love bugs, and constant companions. They are our pets, our family, and they make life so much better. When we face unexpected challenges in life, so do our pets. That's why we're on a mission to support people who love their pets and the pets who love their people, ensuring these families stay exactly where they belong, together. And you have something to offer. With an open heart and mind, there is nothing you can't do. There's no gesture too small or too big when it comes to helping. Whether donating a bag of kibble, sharing an Instagram post of a lost cat, or welcoming a foster pet into your home, every bit of kindness counts. You can help keep pets and people together. Visit petsandpeopletogether.org to learn how to be a helper in your community. This has been a public service announcement brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad
wouldn't
Council.
it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Welcome back to Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium as Hunter Dustman kicks from left to right, and it's going to be a return. It's going to be Mason Pierce for the Cardinals, getting taken down around the 19-yard line.
Do just want to pass on a little bit of information. At halftime, we checked on that score, UND versus Montana. The Fighting Hawks trailed 24-7 at halftime. Just a couple of minutes ago, reported that UND has won that game 27-24 over Montana. That's a huge win for UND, and it'll definitely put the rest of the Missouri Valley on watch.
Especially when UND was ranked pretty low in that coaches poll preseason. So it's going to be a handoff for the Cardinals. You give to Declan Taylor. For no gain. So it's 2nd down and 10. And the Cardinals are on the 19-yard line. Zach Calzada stays inside the pocket. Excellent protection by the O-line. Gets a pass quickly outside to Isaiah Robinson, who's going to make a nice gain. And so nice that it's going to be a 1st down. So the chains are... the chains do move. It's going to be 1st down. Oh my gosh, Zach Calzada passes across the middle, gets bobbled out of the hands of the receiver. A fumble recovered by the Jackrabbits. I believe that was...
So, on our live stats, it says Zach Calzada Pass up the middle, complete for 10 yards to Isaiah Robinson, caught at the UIW 19. It advanced to the UIW 29 by Dallas Beanham, and that's where they'll take over. So it was caught by Isaiah Robinson. He then fumbled it, and Beanham took it and advanced it up to, they have the 29 here, but.
So Gronowski hands off to Amar Johnson, who's going to make a nice carry. And it's going to be a first down.
Now here's when the Jackrabbits can start to put this one away. Obviously you're up by the 2 scores right now. Any more and you're pouring it on and adding insurance to make sure that this Incarnate Word team can't pull something miraculous out of their hat.
Gronowski once again handing off to Amar Johnson, who finds a lane on the outside, breaks away for a nice run, eventually being forced out of bounds.
Dude, that penalty flag, by the way, there's a flag on the field. That penalty flag, that referee threw it like he was throwing a football. Honestly, like, I feel like that referee was like 10 yards away.
So Grayton Gannon called there, and it's going to eliminate that play and back the Jackrabbits up 5 yards. So 1st and 15. The Jackrabbits will be on the 36-yard line in the Cardinal end. Gronowski, shotgun formation, no tight ends, motions one in. Gives to Amar Johnson once again, who's able to make up ground, breaks a tackle, and almost able to get the first down, eventually forced out of bounds.
Some more nice misdirection there. Honestly fooled me. I thought Gronowski might have kept it coming off to the right side, but he sold that fake and handed it off to Johnson, and he got the gain from there. And here they are now 3 yards away from getting that first down and advancing this drive.
Gronowski has 2 tight ends on the near side and Griffin Wilde. It's going to be a flea flicker. Gronowski passes to the end zone. Caught by Griffin Wilde on a trick play. Touchdown, Jackrabbits.
It was perfect play design, perfect execution. The handoff to Johnson, the pitch back to Gronowski, and he had his man right down the middle of the field, right in the end zone for the touchdown.
So Hunter Dussman out once again for our point after. And he kicks it straight down the middle. So the score advances. Jackrabbits 45, Cardinals 24, 7:47 in the game.
And I'll go ahead and say it. The Jackrabbits are starting to look like the #1 team in the country again.
It was tough taking me out.
I will admit, at the beginning of the game, they started off a little bit slow. They found their rhythm, and now here they are putting up numbers like they did last year, and this against a top 15 ranked team at number 11 in the country.
Yeah, the Jackrabbits definitely still shaking some dust off from Oklahoma, but definitely starting to show up now later in this game. So our man Hunter Dussman setting the ball out on the tee at the 35. He's going to kick this one from left to right from where we see it. like I said earlier, 7 minutes, 47 seconds left in the game. Jackrabbits starting to run away with this one. Hunter Dustman kick is away, end over end, heading to the far corner of the end zone. Takes a nasty bounce for the Cardinals. They thought it was going in the end zone. Hit at about the 2-yard line, bounced backwards and out of bounds. So that is going to be a kick out of bounds, although it was an excellent kick. Looked amazing. If the ball stays in bounds, the Cardinals are trapped at the 2-yard line. Unfortunately, it takes the roll out past the white line, and the Cardinals will take field position at the 35-yard line.
Cardinals first and 10 from the 35.
Zach Calzadas has 0 backs, but 5 receivers out for pass. Pass caught by Jalen Walthall that gets blown up. After the catch, he's able to maintain possession, but there is an injured Jackrabbit down at around the 30-yard line, right where Zach Calzadas' pocket was.
He's definitely in some pain. Couple of injuries here in this game so far. Some serious, some not. Can't quite see a number right now. As Coach Rogers comes out to take a look and check on his player, and the two coaches meet.
.740 on the play clock.
Do see movement in his legs. So again, that is always a good sign, especially when they're tending to the upper head and neck area. Looks like it's not going to be too serious. He will get up there. Is that 95? I think his jersey's rolled up a little bit. Can't tell if it's an 85 or a 95.
Looks like
I would venture to say it's 95.
Yeah, 95.
Zach Wilson. Yep. Because I looked at the 85 and it was a wide receiver, and I'm like, the math ain't mathing on that one. So he'll walk to the sideline and get a little bit of treatment.
So Zach Calzada motions Declan Taylor in. He's going to pass to Taylor, but that pass is going to fall incomplete. Taylor didn't look ready for that one. So it's going to be 3rd down and 6 for the Cardinals. They are on the 39-yard line in their own end. Zach Calzada in shotgun. 3 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side. He rifles to the near side. It's going to be caught by Mason Pierce. It's going to be close to a first down. And they are going to call it a first down. So that's first down Cardinals. They're on the 45-yard line in their own end. Calzada quickly takes the snap. The pocket starts to break. He's scrambling in the back. and he eventually throws it out of bounds. Excellent pressure by the Jackrabbit defensive line, specifically Reese Kirschman, the redshirt freshman. So the Cardinals once again get set. It's 2nd and 10. They're on the 45 in their own end. Double receivers on each side. Calzada takes the snap, rifles it to his running back, who's lit up. Declan Taylor just got blown up.
Colby Humphrey, he's been making a difference here in this game, in the Oklahoma State game, the grad transfer coming in, making a difference on the defensive side of the ball. And
Declan Taylor on a knee now.
I mean, that was a vicious hit, not illegal or anything like that, but that was a football hit, if there ever was one. Wrapped him up like around the waist and slammed him to the ground. Again, not unnecessarily.
It was a perfect form tackle.
Yeah.
Taylor just wasn't ready. Came around immediately on the spin, trying to turn upfield, gets met immediately and hard.
Yep. And it happens. And it comes at you fast.
So Isaiah Robinson comes in at running back for the Cardinals.
And then after that, they get set up with a 3rd down and long. And some more flags fly.
Some pointing on the line. The Jackrabbits think the offensive line moved, and the Cardinals think the defensive line moved. We'll see what the call is.
That the 15th penalty of the night between the two teams for probably close to 200 yards. Doing mental math, which I'm not the best at. But 9 penalties for 100 yards. Okay, yeah, 171 yards. See, that made it easier. That penalty right there made it easier.
So 3rd and long. It was a short pass inside to Isaiah Robinson, and he's not going to make up the distance. So it's going to be 4th down and 5. The offense stays out for the Cardinals. Trips on the near side, one receiver to the far side. Isaiah Robinson next to Zach Calzada. Calzada trying to get the defense to jump, sends Mason Pierce in motion to the far side. Steps back, 5 receivers downfield. Isaiah Robinson not able to hold on to that one.
And if he was going to get rocked right away anyways.
So it's a turnover on downs. The Jackrabbits will get the ball right on the Jackrabbit logo at the 50-yard line.
And that's going to be the 3rd turnover on downs that the Jackrabbits have forced in this game.
5 minutes, 32 seconds left to go. Jackrabbits gain possession. It's 45-24.
And they're right on the 50.
And they're right on the 50.
I love it when that happens.
Yeah, hopefully, we show off a little bit.
50's a nice number.
Yeah.
It's right in the middle.
Right in the middle.
Yeah.
Right on that beautiful Jackrabbit logo.
Honestly, one of the top logos in sports, period.
Oh, for real. Yeah. It's going to be a handoff here to Angel Johnson. Excuse me, that's not Angel Johnson. That's going to be Kirby Voorhees, the freshman.
Yep, and I was wondering if Coach Rogers would start to sprinkle in some of the younger ones. I know we've seen Voorhees a little bit in this game, but maybe start getting him a little bit more reps, potentially.
Yeah, Voorhees on the opposite side of Angel Johnson on the kick return team.
That was his first carry, though, of the game.
Yes.
Do want to point that out. But we've heard his name a couple of times.
So Gronowski again is going to hand it off. That one's going to be to Brendan
Begamin.
Begamin.
And I know that because I played football against him in middle school.
Uh-oh.
He grew up like a half an hour to 45 minutes away from me. So glad to see. He's the all-time South Dakota high school rushing yards leader.
Really?
Yep. He got that mark in the state championship game. His team ended up losing, Harriet Selby area, but he got that mark in the state championship game and came out the play after because he was hurt. He was hurt. He was running hurt, but he wanted to get that record, so. Good video board.
Yeah,
Jack's just sitting there. There is another injured player, by the way.
There's another injured player.
Do want to point that out.
Jack's getting a little upset. He's getting a little bored. There's too many pauses, too many breaks in the game.
There's a lot of trainers around him again.
But I like to see these young guys for the Jackrabbits getting an opportunity here to show what they have to offer, especially at home. And I think that the Jackrabbits have done a really good job of recruiting skill players that are going to advance the program even when the senior leaders leave. Like that's something that happened this year with multiple key players leaving the team, especially with the Yankee brothers in the receiving corps. But young guys being able to fill those roles is really important.
Yeah, absolutely. Myron Warren, defensive tackle for Incarnate Word, was the injured player. He walked off. He looked to be mostly okay.
So Brendan Begamin is going to be behind Gronowski now, and Gronowski's going to be in shotgun.
And it's kind of fun to see some of these younger players get mixed in with the leaders, like a Gronowski, a Walter Payton Award winner, and here's Begamin getting potentially his first touches in a college football game.
And Begamin is going to get it. He's going to run straight up the center, right behind center Gus Miller, another senior that's on this team. And he's going to get a nice gain. It's going to bring up third down for the Jackrabbits in about 3 yards. And the Jacks are positioned at the 33-yard line in the Cardinal end, starting at the 50-yard line this drive.
Judging by the personnel that we're getting in here, I'm going to guess that we're not going to be seeing either of the Johnsons anymore. Amar Johnson, 112 rushing yards on 19 carries. Angel Johnson, 42 rushing yards on 6 carries. Definitely 2 power backs. And Chase Mason, a quiet 30 yards on 4 carries.
So Kirby Voorhees gets the handoff there, and he's able to power through and get the first down conversion. Just under 3 minutes left to go in the game. Jack's still in possession, heading towards the Cardinal end zone.
Also, how about this? 221 rushing yards, just updated for the Jackrabbits compared to 68 for the Cardinals. 351 passing yards for Incarnate Word. Calzada's been putting in the work today.
Kirby Voorhees again gets the handoff and a nice gain.
We'll also mention that Calzada is their leading rusher, too. Seven rushes for 43 yards, so doing a little bit of everything there.
Yeah, it's almost every play that the Cardinals are doing some quick slant route or quick screen pass, and that's really where their offense is centralized. So again, this is the 2-minute warning, and we are going to step away and we'll be right back with Jackrabbit football on the Collegiate Sports Network.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning. The cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Jackrabbit football on the Collegiate Sports Network. Right back into play here, just under 2 minutes left to go in the game. It's going to be a handoff to our guy Kirby Voorhees again, the freshman. He's going to carry it almost to a first down. I'm questioning whether if it is a first down or not. They're going to keep it as third down, but it's 3rd and inches for the Jackrabbits. The ball's placed past the 20-yard line, so this should be a first down. I'd be surprised if they didn't change that. Is this another injury down here on the far hash marks around the 17-yard line? Looks like an injured Jackrabbit with 1 minute 36 left to go. Been a lot of breaks in this game. A lot of penalties, a lot of plays under review, a lot of injured players on both sides.
Gonna be Ethan Vibert, offensive lineman, a senior from Regina, Saskatchewan. Canada.
All the way from Canada.
Yeah. Not too far away from North Dakota, Saskatchewan. Probably a good time to let you all know the announced attendance tonight's game, 19,321. That's the 6th largest crowd in stadium history. So, an excellent showing here for the first one, and I think we have another sellout next week for the game against the in-state foe, Augustana. Old North Central Conference foes.
It's going to be a great game.
Hey, don't put down Augie. That's the definition of an up-and-coming athletic program.
So,
athletic department.
Yeah, I guess.
I should say.
We'll see.
They have the only Division I hockey team in the state.
Good for them. We're playing football.
Aren't you from Minnesota?
Yeah, I'm from Minnesota.
Should you be more excited about hockey?
We play a lot of hockey. I don't know. We're playing football here. I don't broadcast hockey. Again, Kirby Voorhees with the carry for a first down. The Jackrabbits inch closer to the end zone.
I'm excited for the Augie game.
You know, me too. I get to stand here and talk about it, and it's going to be really fun for the first quarter, I think. So, Gronowski in victory formation with just over a minute. A little shoving there. Still fired up Cardinals, but Gronowski's going to keep taking knees. He can do it till the end. So, looks like our final score will be 45-24. The Jackrabbits are going to take this one. Good game at the beginning. Yeah. All the way through, honestly.
Yeah.
A lot of great plays by the Cardinals that surprised me, and they're definitely a contender in the FCS for the rest of the season.
Absolutely. I mean, we were talking before. I mentioned that Incarnate Word was left out of the playoffs last year, and many of us, if not all of us, think, and I'm talking about in the media that cover the FCS and South Dakota State and the University of South Dakota in the area, think it was because of the strength of schedule. Well, now they add a top-ranked Jackrabbit team to their schedule this year. If they go 8-2 again, they're probably making the playoffs off of that technicality. So, definitely a good game for them. They battled. They stayed in it well into the third quarter, and absolutely a great game. And the Jackrabbits finally got to their form and found their footing, really, and they held them off. And so I think this game says a lot about both teams. The Jackrabbits still obviously aren't going to be handed everything. They're going to have to fight their way through it. And later on in the year, when we get to the USDs and the NDSUs, it's going to be a dogfight those couple of weeks, and especially up in Grand Forks as well, after the 20th ranked Fighting Hawks knock off the 4th ranked Grizzlies. So
I'm excited for those conference matchups that we have coming up. I think the Jackrabbits are going to have a really tough time against NDSU this year, harder than last year even. NDSU put up a great fight versus FBF's Colorado. Not that Colorado's very great, but
it remains to be seen, I guess.
I guess it does.
Yeah, but no, absolutely. So, yep, this is going to be a fun year, and we'll definitely have more of scoreboard watching in our post-game report. So,
yes, we will step away for a short break, and we will come back with our post-game report on the Collegian Sports Media Network.
Just texting him back. I'm just posting a story. I'm just changing the song.
No. When it comes to distracted driving, just don't. Sending a text takes your eyes off the road for just 5 seconds, but in that time, your car can travel the length of an entire football field. Any distracted driving just isn't worth it.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
If I could be you.
And you could be me.
For just 1 hour.
If you could find a way.
To get inside.
Each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my
walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
(45-24). South Dakota State over Incarnate Word in the 2024 home opener at Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium. That's the final score, and the Jackrabbits improve to 1-1 on the year after dropping their first game to the Oklahoma State Cowboys, and now their second game get a win 45-24 over the Incarnate Word Cardinals. Welcome into the Jackrabbit Postgame Report. We're going to take a look at some of the stats, take a look around the Missouri Valley Football Conference, and get you geared up for next week's game against in-state foe Augustana, coming up from Sioux Falls. That's going to be a fun one for some of the older alumni that were around and in school when both schools were members of the old North Central Conference, but more on that later. Let's go ahead and dig into the stats here. South Dakota State had 515 total yards compared to Incarnate Word's 419. 285 of SDSU's 515 were through the air, 230 were on the ground. They had 6 penalties for 71 yards, 31 first downs. They were 10 of 13 on third down conversions and did not attempt a fourth down conversion. They ran 74 total plays, averaging about 7 yards per play. The time of possession was 35 minutes and 17 seconds. For Incarnate Word, 351 passing yards, only 68 rushing yards. They had 9 penalties for 100 yards. This was a highly penalized game here in Brookings. 20 first downs, 6 of 11 on third downs were the Cardinals, and they were 0 for 3 on fourth down conversions. They ran 59 total plays, averaging 7.1 yards per play, and the time of possession was 24 minutes and 43 seconds. Looking at UIW's Zach Calzada, 44 yards rushing for him. 43, net yards rushing, 6.1 yards per carry. Through the air, he was 31 of 39 for 351 yards and 3 touchdowns. His longest pass of the day was a 69-yard catch from Jalen Wathel, and he was sacked 1 time. In the receiving category, 9 catches for 128 yards from Roy Alexandria, 12 targets and 1 touchdown. Jalen Wathall, 137 yards on 7 catches, 130 yards after contact, and 2 touchdowns for him. Declan Taylor had 4 catches for 29 yards, and Isaiah Robinson had 3 catches for 21 yards. In terms of tackles, Darius Sanders had 9 total tackles. Mason Chambers had 7. Kendrick Stone had 5, and Ronald Wilson had 5 as well, including 1 tackle for loss. On the Jackrabbits side, Mark Gronowski, 21 completions, 32 attempts, and 1 interception. He threw for 285 yards and 4 touchdowns. His longest throw of the day was 61 yards. And it doesn't show up in the top 4 receiving, so can't give you who caught that one. That was one of the tight ends. Why am I blanking on his name, Ben? Why? Was that the Gormley one? I can look it up here. I don't know why I'm pretty sure.
You talking about the touchdown?
The 61. No, I guess I was.
Is it Gannon?
Maybe. Anyway, it wasn't showing up in the top 4, so sorry, can't give that to you. But the longest pass completed for Gronowski was 61 yards. In terms of rushing, Amar Johnson, 19 carries for 112 yards and 2 touchdowns, averaging 5.9 yards per carry. Angel Johnson, behind him, 6 carries for 42 yards, Chase Mason, 4 rushes for 30 yards, and Kirby Voorhees, 5 rushes for 27 yards for him. In the receiving category, Griffin Wilde had 10 catches for 106 yards, caught all 10 of his targets. Brody Gormley was probably the one that caught that 61-yard touchdown pass. Thanks, Ben. 2 touchdowns for Griffin Wilde as well. Graham Goring, 3 catches for 50 yards and 1 touchdown. Amar Johnson, 3 catches for 16 yards. And Grayton Ganning, 2 catches, for 47 yards and 1 touchdown. Adam Bach led the team with 9 tackles and 3 tackles for a loss. Matthew Durance had 8. Caleb Francel had 7 and 1 tackle for a loss. And Dallas Beenham finished with 5. That's a look at the stats. Also going to give you the attendance. 19,321 members of Jackrabbit Nation piled into Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium for the home opener of the 2024 season, the 6th largest crowd in stadium history. Time to take a look now at some of the scores from around the Missouri Valley Football Conference. I imagine most of them are wrapping up, if not wrapped up, and the only one that is live right now is getting near the end. Southern Illinois 31, Austin P 17. That has a $1:47 left in the 4th quarter. Let's go through the final scores. Ball State defeating Missouri State 42-34. Youngstown State beating Valparaiso 59-25. Northern Iowa over St. Thomas 17-10. South Dakota drops their game to Wisconsin 27-13. North Dakota State takes care of business at home 52-3 over Tennessee State. Eastern Illinois 27, Indiana State 20. Butler beats Murray State 19-17. Illinois State holds off North Alabama 24-17. And the big one tonight, coming back from a halftime deficit, the North Dakota Fighting Hawks 27, the Montana Grizzlies 24, number 20 in the country, knocking off the 4th-ranked Grizzlies and the national runner-up from last year. But the final score here, 45-24, the Jackrabbits get off on the right foot on their home portion of the schedule. They improve to 1-1 on the season. UIW drops to 1-1 after their loss to their win against Northern Colorado last week. They will drop to 1-1. Well, coming up next, South Dakota State will be back at home next Saturday. Again, a 6 o'clock kickoff. Augustana making the 45-mile-ish trek up I-29 from Sioux Falls up to Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium to take on the old NCC foe Jackrabbits. Again, that game's going to be at 6 o'clock. The pregame starting around 5:45 or 5:50 here on Collegiate Sports and hopefully on KSDJ FM. We will have that for you here. I believe, Ben, you'll be here.
I will be here.
You'll be here. I think I'll be here, and we'll see who else might join us for the next game. But for everybody that makes this thing possible, faculty advisors James Helen, Brian Stemweddle, I'm Braden Byers. For Ben Anderson, saying so long. Thank you for listening again. Final score 45-24. The Jackrabbits win their home opener. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you.